Chapter 558. This chapter is, Soy Milk is Not Milk. Thank you for updating. The Dodo Island was just a small island, probably not even 1/10 of Black Horse Island. The descendants of the Sun who lived on the Dodo Island were less than 300 people. The entire volcano occupied 80% of the Dodo Island's area. At this time, the sun had not yet set. From where List landed, he could see the sun hanging on the edge of the crater. The faint smoke lingered around the sun, and in the process of reflecting the sunlight, there seemed to be a looming rainbow hanging. This scene was too beautiful to be absorbed in. Achi, you and Rose wait for me here. I will go to the island and search it first. Okay. Without a mount, List had to walk. He first looked at the woods on the shore. Just as he had guessed, these tall trees were human skull trees. There were ripened and unripened fruits that looked like human skulls. These were all edible human skull fruits. He had tasted the ones that were floating on the sea. After opening the shell, there was soft white meat inside. It tasted sweet, tough, and had a faint orange aroma. If he had to compare it, it was a bit similar to the jackfruit that List had eaten on Earth, but the taste and color were different. It couldn't be said to be delicious, but it was not bad either. However, the skull fruit was indeed very appetizing and could be eaten as a meal. List just glanced at the woods and did not stay for long. He climbed directly to the volcano. At a height of more than 50 meters on the hillside, there were basically no skull trees that could grow. Only some shrubs and weeds grew. Further up, even the shrubs and weeds were gone. Only the dark mountain was left. Stepping on it, List clearly saw that the mountain was covered with cracks and pores. It was simply cooled magma. He didn't know how long it had cooled down, but it should not be magma that erupted recently. Roar! The little fire dragon in his chest couldn't hold back anymore and was eager to come out. List did not let it out. He needed to determine the environment of the volcano before deciding whether the little fire dragon should practice here. Jumping. He climbed toward the crater. As he got closer and closer to the crater, he could clearly feel the rise in temperature. As they neared the top of the mountain, the temperature had already reached the level of a sauna. Enduring the scorching heat, List jumped directly to the crater and looked inside the crater. The crater was about the size of a football field. In the crater, which was 20 to 30 meters deep, there was a large piece of black rock. On the right side, there was a pool of water that was bubbling and releasing a large amount of water vapor. On the left, there was a rolling pool of crimson. That's lava. List was overjoyed. Sure enough, this active volcano was in the process of erupting. The lava was boiling, and the smell of sulfur assaulted him. He couldn't stop little fire dragon Leo from rushing out of his chest. Leo turned into a mighty fire dragon that was more than 10 meters long, and it let out a resonant roar, roar. It glanced at List, then dove straight into the crater of the volcano and plunged into the pool of dark red magma. The dark red magma, in fact, was not a real liquid. It was more appropriate to say that it was molten stone. It was slowly rolling like mud. Leo plunged in, and just when List thought that it would get stuck inside, it suddenly turned into a flame and merged into the magma. Huh! List looked at the calm magma and couldn't find Leo. After casting magic eyes, he suddenly found that the entire crater seemed to be shrouded in a faint red magic power. The red magic power at the location of the magma was the densest. Leo's magic power seemed to turn into a net, covering the magma. However, the net became thinner and soon disappeared. List didn't know what this meant. He waited for a moment. He waited for Leo's head to appear. Seeing that the sun was getting lower and lower and was about to fall below the sea level, he began to feel anxious. Leo would definitely not drown in the magma, but if Leo went in and never came out, it would be a big joke. He had to shout, "Leo! Leo! Leo!" There was no response. This ungrateful person. List cursed inwardly. He operated his dragon's chi, and his figure immediately soared into the air and fell on the black stone inside the crater. After landing, he felt that the air was scalding and the smell was pungent, as if he was being roasted. Leo! 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 He once again shouted at the magma in front of him. While shouting, he endured the high temperature and walked towards the magma. The magma was probably hundreds of degrees, and even the temperature in the air was hundreds of degrees, with a lot of sulfur mixed in. When he was 10 meters away, he didn't dare to go any closer. He could only hold his breath, stop, and shout. 10 minutes later, there was no response. He had been cursing Leo in his heart. From raising the magic fire seed to rebirth to now, he had been raised for half a year. Who knows how much magic power of the infinite value of the fire dragon, how much magic potions and beef were consumed, and the price of Coral Island's beef had increased several times. In the end, without saying a word, he ran into the magma and never showed up again. He simply had no conscience. Leo! He unwillingly shouted a few more times, but there was still no response. At this time, the sun had completely set, and there was only a trace of light on the horizon. In the crater, one could only see by the red light of the magma. He looked at the magma that was still slowly rolling. List's expression was gloomy. For the first time, he felt that his training method for the little fire dragon Leo was somewhat deficient. If it was an adult dragon, perhaps accommodating and getting used to it was the way to get along. But for a young dragon, accommodating was a failure. Perhaps ruthlessly training was the most correct way. Only in this way could he correctly establish the 3 views of it as a mount. I miscalculated. He got up, flew up, jumped onto the crater's mountain wall, and sat on it, trying to wait a little longer. After a while, a misty smoke slowly appeared before his eyes. Mission completed. Reward, Volcano of Fairy Island. The next moment, the smoke serpentines changed. Mission, Volcano of Fairy Island will become an important growth habitat for the little fire dragon. It will also become an important place for you as a dragon knight to practice cultivation. Take a good tour of the island, formulate a suitable cultivation plan, and grow together with the little fire dragon. Reward, a sprite worm. Grow together? That guy has already forgotten about me. List looked at the mission's contents with a cold expression. His mood was very bad, but he was not panicking. In any case, Leo was in the volcano. Sooner or later, he would catch it again. When that time came, he would have to properly whip it and let it understand that some behavior cannot be presumptuous. From my observation just now, there seems to be no animals on this mountain. Even if there are, they are only some small animals. Although Leo is accompanied by a volcano, it still needs to eat. The sea is all around it, making it impossible for it to survive on its own. This is my chance. List stood up, suppressed all his negative emotions, and regained his composure. Even if I stop its source of food, won't I still have to need it? He smiled grimly. He turned around and slowly left the crater. Chapter 559. Seaside. A crystal lamp illuminated the beach at night. List sat on a rock and deliberated to communicate with a chi. A chi, have you ever seen a dragon? Dragon? A chi really wants to see a dragon. I heard that dragons are the most beautiful animals in the world, but a chi has never seen a real dragon. Even the sea monsters have infinite yearning for dragons. Dragons are really beautiful. List finally decided to tell a chi the secret of the fire dragon. In fact, my brother has a dragon, a young fire dragon, it is called Leo. But this little fire dragon is very disobedient, even a little ungrateful. Looking at a chi's mouth wide open in surprise, he did not forget to add a few bad words about the little fire dragon. Ah! Brother actually has a fire dragon? Yes, it is a little fire dragon that I resurrected from the fire dragon bones on Black Horse Island. This is my biggest secret. The influence of a dragon is too great, so I have never mentioned it to anyone. Therefore, Achi, you are the first person to know this secret. Achi was surprised and happy, and nodded solemnly. Well, Achi will definitely protect the secret of the fire dragon for my brother. List touched her blue hair and smiled. In fact, Achi, you are my most precious secret. Who would have thought that I would have a siren sister? Hee hee. Achi narrowed her eyes and felt comfortable like a kitten. List did not lie. In his mind, Achi was far more important than Leo. His most recognized family was Achi, not the Tulip family. Perhaps the physical bloodline could not be separated from the Tulip family, but the soul was incompatible with the Tulip family and this world. Only the siren Achi, who was as pure as a piece of white paper, was his warmest spiritual sustenance. I came to Dudu Island to find a volcano and give Leo a suitable environment to grow in, but Leo forgot about me when he got into the volcano. Ah, what about my brother? Don't lose Leo. It doesn't matter. Ever since Leo was born, his body needs food. There are no animals on Dodo Island that can satisfy his hunger. Sooner or later, he will fly out of the volcano and apologize to me. As if she could imagine the posture of the little fire dragon apologizing to List, Achi said with a smile, hee hee, listening to brother, Leo is also very cute. No, it's a willful young dragon that lacks training. Maybe it's because Leo is still too young and doesn't know anything. Big brother, you can be more patient with him. I believe that one day, Leo will recognize Big Brother and become Big Brother's most important partner. Just like the legendary Dragon Knight, he stands at the pinnacle of power in this world. I think so too. That's why we need to teach Leo well. List explained his plan. I need to constantly build up my territory to support this fire dragon, so I won't be staying on Dodo Island often. I might come here every few days to cultivate with Leo. When I'm not here, you have to take care of him. Okay. And if I participate in the development order, I will be gone for several months. I also need to ask you to take care of the little fire dragon. I can't really let him starve to death. Leo was still young. Following him to the battlefield would be a burden, and there was also the risk of being exposed. Achi can catch fish for him to eat. Okay, when I find him at the crater, I will bring him here and let you two get to know each other. But Leo's character is a bit bad. You have to be careful not to get hurt by him. Big brother, don't worry. Achi will protect herself. Achi showed an expectant expression. Her eyes were almost sparkling. Even sea monsters had no resistance to dragons. In this world, dragons were synonymous with everything good, even if there were evil dragons. The little fire dragon Leo belonged to the evil dragon sequence. Humans could not hesitate to kill evil dragons one after another to get the hero title of Dragon Slayer. They could also put countless good words on any dragon. After revealing Leo to Achi, List suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He had too many secrets and had nowhere to vent them. The secrets of the smoke dragon and the invisible dragon were easy to keep. There was no burden and he could keep them for a long time. But the little fire dragon Leo couldn't keep them. He needed someone to share the burden with him. Originally, he was inclined to tell the Count about the little fire dragon's secret and let the Count help him raise the dragon. But with the discovery of the giant algae forest, it was not impossible for the territory to support the little fire dragon independently. So he extinguished the idea of letting the family help to raise the dragon to reduce the risk of exposure as much as possible. Now, revealing the secret to Achi was the most suitable choice. She could take care of the little fire dragon when List was busy. He couldn't expect the little fire dragon to take care of itself when it was only a few months old. List didn't know how other baby dragons were born and grew up. Maybe they were born strong enough to deal with crises. As long as they plunged into the forest, they could develop steadily. But Leo was different. He was a fire dragon born on an island in the sea. He couldn't be invisible like the invisible dragon. He couldn't hunt without being exposed, and he couldn't swim in the sea to catch fish. Hunger would expose him to human eyes at any time, and then he would be captured by a powerful knight. He would be forced to ride a dragon or be transformed into a dragon lord. He was lucky to meet List. He helped him recover, saved money, and raised him up. He didn't force him to ride or ride him, and he also tried his best to find a volcano. So, after talking about the dragon for half the night, they went to sleep. The next day, List got up before dawn. He took out toiletries from the gem space and carefully cleaned up. Then he had a hearty breakfast. He hurried up the mountain. He was familiar with the road, so he could fly directly. In a moment, he came to the crater of the volcano. The pool was still boiling, the magma was still rolling, and the smell of sulfur was still strong and pungent. Leo! 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 Except for the echo of the crater, there was no response. He used the magic eyes but he couldn't see Leo. Although he was mentally prepared, there was still no response after a night, which made him feel bad. After a while, he adjusted and went down the mountain to explore the Skull Forest. The island was not very big, and the Skull Forest was distributed in a ring on the island's shore. It was very easy to scan with the magic eyes. So in the afternoon, he explored the entire Dodo Island and found the reward of the smoke mission, the Skull Tree Sprite Worm. On a much taller human skull tree, the human skull worm was happily basking in the sun. Suddenly, a lot of delicious jade powder fell from the sky. It ate it again and again, and then it bit a finger. In an instant, it contracted and became List's 39th Sprite Worm. Mission completed. Reward, a Skull Tree Sprite Worm. The Skull Forest had no development potential on Dodo Island. List didn't intend to develop this island. It was just a training ground for himself and Leo. So this Sprite Worm grass was to be brought back to Black Horse Island for planting. He quickly paid attention to the new smoke mission. Chapter 560. Sure enough, my half-baked knowledge of astronomy has a lot of inspiration for a chi. Maybe my half-baked knowledge of physics, chemistry, biology, and geography can also inspire a chi. Mages have always been searching for the truth, and my knowledge is also considered the truth, right? This world was different from Earth. In addition to the laws of physics, there were also laws of magic. Therefore, the knowledge of Earth alone could not measure this world, but the laws and knowledge of physics were obviously a very meaningful reference. Now that Dodo Island had been explored, the little fire dragon Leo had not come out yet. Since he had nothing to do, he naturally prepared to have a good chat with a chi, explaining more knowledge of astronomy, geography, physics, and chemistry to inspire her to understand the truth. He found a beach. He picked up a branch. He drew a galaxy on the sand. These are stars, the ones seen in the sky at night. Stars emit light and heat. There are many planets that do not emit light orbiting stars. These planets may be very cold, or very hot, and uninhabitable, but there are also worlds like ours. A chi kept nodding. She digested and absorbed List's knowledge. She even took the initiative to ask, "Brother, why can those planets orbit stars?" Planets orbit stars because of gravity. Any object will have gravity, and the bigger the object, the stronger the gravity. The gravity of the star can capture the planet and make it orbit it. So you see, the sun is always the sun, never far away, never close. Then why don't the planets crash into the star? If they are attracted to each other, they should be attracted to each other very quickly. About that. List coughed. It seemed that he really did not know why. It seemed to be related to rotation speed and centrifugal force. We need to explore further. It seems to be related to the rotation of the planet. Just like when you spin a small ball tied to a rope, it will fly out and counteract gravity. Oh. Achi did not know if she understood, so she asked again, why can stars hang in the sky? Can't they fall? There is no concept of falling in the universe. Why? Why do you have so many whys? List forcibly changed the topic. There is no why. The essence of the universe needs to be explored. Now let's talk about the relationship between stars and galaxies. According to the information I obtained, countless star systems will form a huge galaxy, which may revolve around a black hole in the center. As for what a black hole is, in the following 2 days, List was either instilling what he knew into Achi, or going to the crater to search for Leo. Unfortunately, Leo did not respond. He could not jump into the lava to search, so he could only wait. It hasn't eaten for 3 days. It should be hungry soon. Even if the volcano contains the ultimate fire attribute magic, it can't be eaten by it. However, on the 4th morning after little fire dragon Leo arrived on the island, Achi, who had been thinking hard on the beach, suddenly took action. She stood on top of the shell and slowly raised her hands. Then, there was a soft chirp like that of a nightingale. Light flashed in her hands, and there was a huge explosion in the distant sea. Rumble. The explosion was so big that it was almost as powerful as the vacuum water explosion created by the giant whale monster a few days ago. It took a long time for the waves to calm down. Such a movement naturally attracted List's attention. He hurriedly came over and asked, Achi, did you create a new spell? Achi replied excitedly, yes, brother. Achi heard from you that stars and planets revolve around each other, and the principle of nuclear fusion is that 2 atomic nuclei merge into one. So, Achi condensed a dynamic rotating magic circle, forced the fusion, and finally caused an explosion. Wow, my Achi is awesome! List exclaimed with envy. This little siren's talent was simply amazing. With just a little bit of knowledge, she was able to create such a powerful spell. He asked again, is your spell an advanced spell or a more advanced one? It is just a form of dynamic magic circle, so it should still be an advanced spell. It has not broken through the nature and principle of dynamic magic circles. Give it a name. Brother, help me. It seemed that Achi was very satisfied with List's ability to give names. He thought for a moment and said, just call it water fusion. The name directly included the 2 principles that made up the magic, which was indeed very appropriate. Brother, Achi will write down the casting plan of the advanced spell, water fusion, and you can give it to Ms. Chris for her reference. Achi knew about Chris, but Chris did not know about Achi's existence. As a matter of fact, Chris was Achi's teacher. She answered many of Achi's questions. She will be very happy to see the new magic casting plan. In fact, after you told Achi so much new knowledge, Achi still has a lot of inspiration to verify them and create a new spell. Then don't be in a hurry to write the casting plan. Grasp the inspiration first. Chris has many other advanced spells to learn, so she is not in a hurry to learn water fusion right now. Okay. Achi nodded and continued with her magic experiment. List once again flew to the crater to find the little fire dragon Leo. At the same time, he summoned the smoke mission. Mission completed. Reward, Achi's new spell, water fusion. Immediately, a new mission was issued. The stubbornness of the little fire dragon has made you angry, so you have changed your attitude towards it. Now that you understand the nature of the little fire dragon, why not squeeze it dry once, let it fundamentally realize its mistakes, and then correct them. Reward, a large piece of hemp rope vine. Huh. Seeing this mission, List thoroughly understood that the smoke mission was a projection of his own spiritual power. At least in the formation of the mission, personal will occupied the active factor. It was a bit similar to the relationship of, what you think during the day, you dream at night. Squeezing the little fire dragon dry and letting it understand how to be a dragon was a problem that List had been thinking about these days. Now that it was reflected in the smoke mission, it could be said to be satisfactory. The reward of this mission is a large piece of hemp rope vine. What kind of plant is this? There were too many types of plants, and List's knowledge was limited. He had never heard of hemp rope vine. Listening to the name, it should be a vine plant, a rattan that grows like hemp rope. He didn't know what it was used for, and he didn't know if it appeared on Dodo Island, Black Horse Island, or simply in Flower Town. He didn't pay much attention to this hemp rope vine. He was thinking about how to squeeze the little fire dragon dry. At this time, the light of the setting sun barely hung down the last ray of light on the crater. The slowly rolling magma rumbled and exploded. Then, a ball of flames rushed out from within, quickly outlining the shape of a dragon, accompanied by a loud roar. Chapter 561. This chapter is titled, Forget About Giving a Name. Thank you very much. Roar. Leo landed in front of List and shouted at him directly. This action and tone meant that he was hungry and wanted List to feed him beef. You want to eat beef? List's face was expressionless, but his actions were firm. Leo, I know you are very smart and can already understand my words. Now I will give you two choices. The first choice is to continue to resist my orders and be free and slack off. Then you will starve to death. The second choice is to obey my orders and let me ride you. We will fight side by side and you will have enough meat and medicine. Leo took a step back and grinned. Roar. He rejected both choices. If that's the case, then you can go hungry. List didn't waste time and turned to leave. Of course, he still had to be wary of Leo's rebellion. However, with his current strength, the young Charmander wasn't his opponent. Charmander's fighting skills were too lacking. It saw List coming down the mountain. Charmander was stunned. Then, it snorted like a horse in disdain. Then, it flapped its wings and flew to the foot of the mountain. It wanted to hunt by itself. However, after circling around the forest at the foot of the mountain and burning a small area of human skull trees, it didn't even see a prey the size of a rabbit. It barely saw a few birds without wings. They sounded like dodos. However, the dodos went into a hole a few hundred meters away and couldn't be found. Roar. It roared unwillingly, but it was of no use. Until the sky turned dark, it still didn't find any prey. It wanted to fly out of the Dodo Island, but looking at the churning waves, it was afraid to go down. It had drowned a few times, so it had a deep memory. Without List by its side to protect it, it didn't have the guts to fly on the sea. It really couldn't find anything to eat. It flew into the sky and saw a bonfire in the distance. List was barbecuing some kind of World of Warcraft meat. The aroma spread and could be smelled even a kilometer away. However, Charmander turned around and rushed to the crater. It would rather starve to death than eat food given out in handouts. However, when he reached the crater and stepped on the scorching magma, he was just about to transform into a ball of magic power. But no matter what, he did not move. Its hungry stomach was eroding its will bit by bit. For the first time, it felt the cruelty of the outside world. List had barbecued it on purpose. The food in his gem space was prepared in advance and could be eaten directly. However, he still sprinkled some seasoning on the meat and barbecued it over the fire, spreading the aroma of the World of Warcraft meat to attract little Leo. I wonder how Leo is doing now. However, he was not in a hurry. In fact, when he saw Leo asking for food, he knew that everything was settled. Not far away by the sea, a Chi rested her chin on her hand and pondered. She was still immersed in magic, trying to connect the knowledge that List had told her with magic. Not to disturb her. List nibbled on the oily World of Warcraft meat while taking the giant algae potion, and next to him was a cup of fragrant banpo milk. Even in the wild, he still ate the castle's standard every meal. He was never willing to let himself suffer. Roar! Not far away, there was the cry of the little fire dragon. He cast magic eyes and glanced in the direction of the sound. He vaguely saw that halfway up the mountain, the little fire dragon was squatting there and seemed to be looking at him. However, until he finished eating the World of Warcraft meat, the little fire dragon did not go down the mountain. On the contrary, after List closed the stall, it rushed to the crater of the Dodo Island with a roar and disappeared. You're quite patient. Well, let's see how many days you can endure. List unhurriedly cleaned up the tableware, said goodbye to Achi, walked to his simple house made of the skull tree and canvas, and began to sleep. He slept very comfortably that night. Early the next morning, List went to the crater again, took out a luxurious breakfast on the edge of the crater, and ate heartily. However, he did not see any trace of the little fire dragon. After eating, he went down the mountain to look for the smoke mission reward of a large area of hemp rope rattan to see if it was on the Dodo Island. Hemp rope rattan was probably an ordinary plant, so it was a bit difficult to find it with the naked eye. After looking for it all morning, he did not find it. At noon, he once again tempted the little fire dragon at the crater. In the afternoon, instead of continuing to look for hemp rope rattan, he rode the seven-colored whale Lolth around the shallow sea around the Dodo Island, looking for sprite worms in the sea. When he returned to the shore in the evening, he saw the little fire dragon hovering in the sky. Achi also saw the little fire dragon, which was the first time she saw a real dragon. Brother, is that Leo? Yes, but it is a bit disobedient and is rebelling against me. If it doesn't apologize, it can't eat meat. Only by being obedient can it be forgiven. When the time comes, I will introduce it to you. Maybe you can even touch it. Achi was pleasantly surprised. Ah, can Achi touch the dragon? Of course. Thank you, brother. After a while, List began to prepare the food. He lit the firewood and barbecued it, letting the aroma of the food waft around. This time, the little fire dragon hovered in the sky, letting out, oh roar, sounds from time to time. It did not leave, nor did it land. As the sky gradually darkened, the aroma of the food was enough. List glanced at the little fire dragon in the sky and slowly ate, eating very slowly. Oh roar! The little fire dragon flew closer and closer. Finally, it could not hold back and landed on the beach 10 meters away. Its eyes stared blankly at the large piece of roasted beef leg in List's hand. Its saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth and evaporated as it fell to the ground. List had observed that the saliva of fire dragons contained relatively impure magic power, which directly blended into the air. It was different from the saliva of gem dragons and metal dragons, which produced crystal ores. The same was true for dragon dung. The little fire dragon's dung was also directly vaporized. And the impure magic power excreted by the little fire dragon in List's body was definitely not dragon dung. In its magic form, the little fire dragon had no shape or structure. It was just a magic converter that could exchange magic power. Hiss! List tore off a piece of beef leg and chewed it in big mouthfuls. He always chewed slowly according to the standard nobles. But this time, it made a very loud sound, and it made a squeaking sound. Every time it smacked its lips, it was a blow to the little fire dragon Leo, whose stomach was growling. When he ate half of the roasted beef leg, Leo finally gave up being reserved and roared at List, oh roar! It wanted to eat meat. List glanced at it faintly and did not respond. Oh roar! Oh roar! Oh roar! Leo approached step by step, and its voice became weaker and weaker. By the time it reached List, it was almost pitifully begging. List looked at it and said, same choice as before. First, starve to death. Second, let me ride you. I will make sure you eat until you are full and you can eat top-grade beef every day. Leo raised its neck, Oh roar. You don't want to be ridden? Oh roar. Are you sure? Oh roar. Then you can wait to starve to death. This island is 800 kilometers away from the nearest island. You can't fly there. Even if you fly there, you will be discovered by the humans and caught. At that time, no one will be as nice as me. If you don't let me ride you, you will be slaughtered and eaten. Hearing this, Leo took 3 steps back and put his wings on the ground to show his resistance. List calmly took out another roasted beef leg and placed it on the fire to roast. He used a brush to brush a layer of glistening yellow oil, and the dripping oil splashed on the fire, making a sizzling sound. Chapter 562. Come here. List beckoned. Leo sat in place for a while before slowly crawling towards List. Dragons have 4 legs and a pair of wings. They can fly, stand on their hind legs, crawl on all 4s, and walk like a dinosaur. However, Leo was crawling with its hind legs squatting, its forelimbs raised, and its wings propped on the ground to maintain balance. Its speed was very slow, and its posture was very strange. Just like the entanglement in its heart, it could be felt through the wrinkled scales on the dragon's face and the struggling look in the dragon's eyes. It approached. When it was only 1 meter away, it stopped, swallowed its saliva, and could no longer take its eyes off the roasted beef leg. It was impossible to know what it was like in its magic form, but in the state of flesh and blood, it had to eat blood. During the time he raised it, List naturally did his homework. He clearly summarized the little fire dragon's habits, behavior, sounds, and logical thinking. The intelligence of a dragon was definitely similar to that of a teenager, even if Leo was just a newborn dragon. Its IQ was much higher than that of a great elf. A great elf was about the IQ of a 10-year-old child. It could speak clearly and communicate normally without any hindrance, but it would not take the initiative to think about problems. Animals with higher IQ were obviously easier to communicate with. In addition to the language barrier, List and Leo could communicate with each other through language, behavior, and emotions, achieving a seamless communication. Leo could directly understand List's serpentine, and with the help of his facial expressions, he could understand the meaning. List could also judge Leo's meaning from his tone and behavior. When Leo lived on his chest and existed in magic form, they could vaguely sense each other's emotions and communicate more directly. Compared to the great elf, he could rely on the power of the contract to suppress the barrier. There was no contract between him and Leo. It was very difficult to influence the other party through communication, especially since Leo was very stubborn. It would not be easy to tame it without some means. Do you want to eat? He raised the roasted beef leg and cut a hole on it with a knife. Suddenly, the aroma of roasted meat became stronger. Leo nodded involuntarily. Roar. Same choice. First, starve to death. Second, let me ride you. List cut a leg of beef and threw it to Charmander. Charmander opened its mouth and bit the beef thigh, swallowing it whole. Then, he stared at the roasted beef leg with a conflicted gaze and did not answer List. List cut another piece of beef thigh and threw it to it. Then, he put down the knife in his hand and calmly asked, "How is it? How does the roasted beef thigh taste? This is your favorite dish. I've prepared a lot here. As long as you let me ride you, you can cultivate in the volcano from now on. When you come out of the volcano, you'll have beef thighs to eat." If he hadn't eaten, Leo might have been able to resist the temptation. However, the lingering taste of the 2 beef thighs was still in its mouth, and it really couldn't resist. It could only use its tiny forelegs to hug its dragon head and shake it frantically to prevent its will from continuing to decline. But the more he resisted, the more he couldn't change his depraved attitude. In the end, it helplessly let out a huge roar. Its body instantly turned into a ball of flame and rushed towards List. Boom! It crashed into List's body, followed the meridians of his fighting energy, and stopped at his chest. Then, List felt that Leo was trying to communicate with him emotionally. First, it solemnly expressed that it would never accept the fate of being ridden. "Are you sure you don't want to let me ride you?" Roar. "If you don't let me ride you, then don't even think about eating meat. I won't let you even if I take drugs." Roar. Leo expressed its dissatisfaction, and then it released another emotion, saying that it could help List cultivate in exchange for food. It was very determined not to let List ride it. List was a little puzzled. He didn't know why it was so resistant to being ridden. As far as he knew, the dragon of the Sapphire Grand Duke had been used as a transportation tool to transport a batch of strategic materials from the mainland back to the Blue Dragon Island. It could even transport goods, so naturally, it could also transport people. It was just that no one could become its dragon knight. Now, this little Charmander was not even willing to ride it. It wasn't even willing to ride it once. It was really displeasing. It was probably impossible to ride the dragon in one go, so List could only settle for the next best thing, and force the little fire dragon to cultivate and improve together with him. After repeated negotiations, he agreed to Leo's deal. "I can temporarily not ride you, but you must help me cultivate with all your might. You can't be lazy at all. The effect of the demonic dragon chi refinement must be 5 times better than if I take the potions alone. As for the dragon breath tempering, you must guarantee that you can't spit it out at all." Roar. Leo cried out, feeling wronged. "You don't have to feel wronged. I was the one who found the volcano for you, so it's equivalent to me giving you the most suitable training ground. Moreover, I will provide you with a batch of potions regularly to speed up your growth. It can be said that it's a win-win situation for us to cultivate together. Use your stupid brain and think carefully." After a moment, Leo agreed. Roar. Then, it suddenly rushed out of List's chest, transformed from the flames, and landed on the beach. It took the roasted beef leg that List handed over and wolfed it down. Its appetite was very big, and it had no problem eating a cow for a meal. After eating a roasted beef leg, it continued to eat the food that List handed over. It also included the eggs of the green feather duck, the meat of the fire rabbit, the milk of the banpo, and so on. In order to raise it, List had spent a lot of money. It was better for Leo to eat than for himself. After Leo was half full, Yi Zichen looked at him. He said, "Leo, don't be in a hurry to eat. Come with me to the beach, I'll take you to see someone. This person is my family. In the future, when I return to the territory, she will often come to take care of you and bring you food." Roar. Leo gave him a "I don't want to see" look. If you don't want to starve in the future, you'd better meet her. And so, the little fire dragon reluctantly followed behind List to the beach with a large piece of steak in its mouth. A Chi had been waiting on the beach. When she saw List coming over with the little fire dragon, her 2 big watery eyes almost curved into crescent moons, and many small stars appeared. "Wow, brother, this is the little fire dragon Leo. It's so beautiful." A Chi wanted to get closer, but she didn't dare to. Leo swallowed the steak in his mouth and roared directly at the siren. He did not have the slightest good impression of the other party because the other party was a lovely, beautiful, and pure siren. On the contrary, he was deeply arrogant and disdainful. Perhaps in his heart, List was barely a delivery boy, and other lives were ants. To give List face, he did not attack a Chi. Obviously, List needed more. He directly touched Leo's belly and said, "She is a Chi. When I am not on the Dodo Island, a Chi will be responsible for feeding you. You can't hurt her, understand?" For the sake of food in the future, Leo reluctantly responded, "Roar. As a gesture of friendship, let a Chi touch you now." Roar. Leo instantly bristled and roared at List with his teeth bared. Faint flames spurted from his 2 nostrils. This was anger after being provoked. A Chi hurriedly said, "Brother, Leo is angry. A Chi doesn't have to touch it, just look at it. List was a little stunned. He did not expect Leo to react so aggressively. It dared to bare its teeth at him in front of a chi. It could be seen that the task of taming it was still a long way to go. It's my first time seeing it, so I'm a little shy. He simply concealed his embarrassment and said calmly, then I'll go with Leo to practice first. There will be a lot of time in the future. Leo will be friendly to you. Chapter 563. Oh. Roar. On the cliff of the crater, Leo's head drooped. He was exhausted. He had been spitting out dragon breath for a full 10 minutes, completely draining his magic to help List temper his body with dragon breath. This time, he was definitely not acting. He was really so tired that he could not even take the potion. The flame was extinguished. Shaking off the ashes on his body, List let out a long sigh. It had been a long time since he had trained so freely. The effect of today's training was equivalent to training alone for half a month. It was no wonder that the Dragon Knight was the most powerful fighting force in the world. The help of a dragon in training was too great. Leo was just a young dragon that had not even been born for a month. If he did not experience it himself, he would not be able to understand the pleasure and refreshing feeling of training with a dragon. When the dragon demon refines chi, it was like coming out of a sauna. The comfort was indescribable. When the dragon breath tempered his body, it was like getting a full-body massage. Even his bones were being stepped on. Looking at the dejected Leo, List knew that he had squeezed this disobedient little fire dragon dry. I need about 5 days to digest what I have gained from today's training. If I do it too frequently, my body will not be able to take it. After all, the human body cannot be compared to the body of a dragon. List moved his arms and legs, feeling the state of his body, and concluded. So he said to Leo, rest well. This is the magic potion you deserve. I will ask a chi to prepare a pile of fish for you by the sea in 3 days. 5 days later, I will come here again and bring you your favorite beef. Then we will continue training according to today's pace. Roar, Leo answered weakly and silently swallowed the giant algae magic potion that List gave him. Touching Leo's belly, List waved his hand and said, go back to the volcano and train well. I don't know how long this volcano can last, so you should seize the time. I believe that with the magic of the volcano, the help of the magic potion, and my training, the time you need to grow will be greatly shortened. Roar. Leo nodded like a human. Then, he flapped his wings and dived into the lava in the crater, disappearing. List changed into a new set of clothes and returned to the wooden house at the foot of the mountain to rest. The next morning, he was awakened by the sound of doo-doo. It's the dodo bird, a species unique to this island. Even the island got its name from the dodo bird. List had seen a dodo a few days ago. It was a bird that was slightly smaller than a turkey. It looked a little ugly and could not fly, but it was good at digging holes. It would hide in a hole when it was startled. No matter what happened outside, it would bury its head and not come out. Therefore, when the descendants of the sun had no food to eat, they dug bird holes and took them out one by one. Unfortunately, the meat of the dodo was extremely unpalatable, like eating dry firewood, it was hard to swallow. List was not interested in them at all. However, it was really disturbing his sleep to let them howl outside. He didn't want to wake up so early, so his mood became bad. He simply got up, walked out of the wooden house, and went to drive away the dodos. The dodos were about 100 meters away from the forest. It looked like they were having a restless gathering. Who knew how many dodos were going crazy? When he got closer, he found that the dodos were not going crazy, but were surrounding a black snake as thick as a bull. He knew this snake. He had hunted one in the forest of the Thorns Ridge before. It could release the dark magic vortex, the dark attribute World of Warcraft, Shadow Snake. There were a few puddles of corroded dodos on the ground. Obviously, this was the masterpiece of the shadow snake. But this did not scare away the dodos. They frantically surrounded the shadow snake, trying to peck it. One after another, they jumped and jumped, their short wings flapping like a windmill. Seeing this, List directly used his chi and rushed over. With a dash, he grabbed the shadow snake's neck and instantly wrapped it with chi. Then, he gently sent it into the gem space. Then he kicked the dodos away. Disperse, disperse, don't make any more noise, a bunch of unpalatable trash. After driving away the dodo bird, he began to check the shadow snake in the gem space. In just a few breaths, the shadow snake was dead. It could not be more dead. Except for Virginia Truth, who was in a soul state and parasitic in the soul storage jar, no creature with a soul could survive in the gem space. The fundamental reason, List guessed, was that the gem space belonged to a different plane, where the rules were not sound and could not support the existence of the soul. Even Virginia, whose parasitic soul storage jar was stuffed into the gem space, would be like static, unable to even dream. According to List's experiment, Virginia could dream in the soul storage jar, in a dreamlike state. She could feel the passage of time, but not strongly. At most, she could feel the slight difference between a day and a month inside. But in the gem space, this feeling was chaotic, and she could not feel the passage of time. So, the ability to erase souls was used by List for hunting. Low-level World of Warcraft could not resist his chi, so he could catch them. It was ineffective against humans with chi and high-level World of Warcraft. Because the chi would be resisted, it could not be completely wrapped, and it could not be sent into the gem space. The complete snakeskin of the shadow snake could be sold for more than 12 gold coins. He could not bear to let the dodos peck it, or be cut by himself. It was just right to use this trick to directly destroy the soul, leaving a complete snake body. Not bad, the dodos are very weak, and they did not hurt the snakeskin. This is the best quality. 15 gold coins should be worth it. The snakeskin could be sold for money, and the remaining parts could be used as a wine dish. 15 gold coins were easily earned, and the dissatisfaction caused by the disturbing dream had completely disappeared. He was just about to leave when suddenly he saw a cluster of vines wrapped around the skull tree. Looking straight ahead, he saw the vines climbing up the tree trunk, almost fusing with the human skull tree. There were also climbing vines on the skulls next to them. This should be the hemp rope vine reward for me. He quickly reacted and walked towards the skull tree. As he approached, more and more hemp rope vines appeared in front of him. Sure enough, it was a large piece. These hemp rope vines were not magic ingredients, but ordinary plants with small leaves and not thick vines. Some had light yellow flowers, and some had capsules. If one did not look carefully, it was really difficult to find the flowers and capsules. No wonder he could not find the hemp rope vine even though it was only 100 meters away from the wooden house. What is the use of these capsules? List picked a few and rubbed open the shell. Inside were black seeds, like cut watermelon petals. They are so small, and they don't look like they can be eaten. Maybe I should collect a specimen and some seeds, and go back to ask others. He was ready to pull off a hemp rope vine. The vine was wrapped tightly, and he could not pull it off, so he was ready to break it. However, as he increased his strength, an embarrassing thing happened: the hemp rope vine did not break at all. Even when it pulled on the hemp rope vine and broke a human skull branch that was as thick as a wrist, the hemp rope vine still did not break. It's too strong. It's called hemp rope vine. Does it mean that it's as strong as hemp rope? List's eyes quickly lit up. If the effect was really like that, the hemp rope vine would be very useful. Ropes were very useful in daily life. The ropes that humans used were hemp rope, which was a rope made of linen and sisal. Although it was strong, it was easy to rot. Especially the fishing nets used in the territory. Basically, after soaking in the water for 3 days, it would take 2 days to dry in the sun to prevent them from rotting. Chapter 564. This chapter is Glorious Battle Song. Reward of 20,000 coins. Mission completed. Reward, a large number of hemp rope vines. After a lot of effort, List collected 3 hemp rope vines and a large number of capsules. The hemp rope vines rewarded by these smoke missions were indeed very powerful. The thickest one was only as thick as 2 fingers, but he could not tear it apart even with the strength of his dragon chi. Even the vines, which were thinner than a pinky finger, could not be torn apart immediately. Even the filamentous vines were very strong. It was difficult to cut them with a knife. They were stronger than hemp rope in all aspects. If they do not decay too quickly, they will definitely be a valuable specialty, far more valuable than hemp rope. List was very satisfied with the reward and was ready to plant them on a large scale in the territory to replace hemp rope. Unfortunately, there are no hemp rope vine sprite worms, which is a bit troublesome to plant. The effect of fertilization alone was far less than the influence of sprites. However, some of them were already very good, and he did not ask for more. He took the specimens and returned to the cabin to wash for a while. In the morning sun, he rode the 7-colored whale and left the island with a chi. Back to the territory. He had been away from the territory for 6 days, and including the return trip, he had spent a week on the island. Although the process was a bit complicated, the result was good. The little fire dragon had reached a preliminary agreement, and there was no need to worry about future training. As for riding a dragon, there was still a long way to go. In addition, he also took away a human skull worm and a batch of hemp rope vine seeds. The harvest was quite plentiful. On the other side, a chi studied the high-level magic, water fusion, and was pondering other new spells, gaining a deeper understanding of magic arrays. This was laying the foundation for her future promotion to Archmage. List did not doubt that a chi had the talent to promote to Archmage. Her talent, even if only in water, was amazing. Of course. No matter how outstanding a chi's performance was, she was not as fast as List's progress. He was now a quasi-dragon knight, which was a popular word in novels. He belonged to the category of half-dragon knight. Even if he was only a half-dragon knight, he was much stronger than the perfect sky knight. He was truly a powerhouse under the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Second in the world. Oh. If Marquis Bull was still alive and still had the power of a lich, I probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. But I'm not far from being able to fight a dozen Sky Knights. I feel like I can fight 7 or 8 earls at once. He even wanted to spar with the Grand Duke and see how strong a real Dragon Knight was, that is, if the Sapphire Grand Duke had really succeeded in riding a dragon. He had guessed this result more than once. Did the Archduke succeed in riding the dragon? The Earl and Marquis Merlin seem to have guessed that the Grand Duke has already succeeded in riding a dragon, but it was already very strenuous for me to ride a young dragon that was less than a month old. It can be seen how difficult it is to ride an adult dragon. With the manpower and material resources of the Sapphire clan, apart from the first-generation Grand Duke who was a Dragon Knight, the remaining second-generation, third-generation, and fourth-generation Grand Dukes were unable to successfully ride a dragon. The current fifth-generation Grand Duke was also unable to ride a dragon for the first half of his life. His only chance was to use the Sapphire Dragon's injury to meet the conditions for riding a dragon. But for some reason, the Sapphire Grand Duke neither announced that he had become a Dragon Knight, nor denied that he had not succeeded in riding a dragon. Therefore, the Archduke could now be called Schrodinger's Dragon Knight. Schrodinger's cat might be dead or alive, the Archduke might be riding a dragon or not. The sea breeze caressed his face. The waves rolled. Whether it was in the water or on the surface, the rainbow whale's swimming speed did not change much. At 80 km/h, it could swim continuously for a day and a night. The chocobo Loki and the rainbow whale Lolth were both draconic beasts. One was superior in explosive power, while the other was superior in endurance. There was nothing on the blue sea. Only white clouds floated overhead. List was still thinking about the Sapphire Grand Duke and the Sapphire Dragon. The reason why he thought of this problem was because of the new smoke mission. The Grand Duke's emissary is a guest in Tulip Castle. His arrival carries the intentions of the Grand Duke. This is a choice of faction. As a follower, you have the right to choose once. Please make a choice quickly. Join the Grand Duke's camp or stay in the Count's camp. Reward, Blue Blood Knight set. It was a choice of faction. List had already made up his mind. He chose to follow the Count and help the Count pursue the position of Marquis. Now, he only needed to reply to the Grand Duke's emissary and the mission would be completed. He needed to refuse or postpone it smoothly. For the time being, he could not offend the Sapphire Grand Duke. However, in his heart, List did not want to follow the Sapphire Grand Duke, for no other reason than that the Sapphire Grand Duke had dragons, and he also had dragons. Everyone was a dragon knight, and no one had more dragons than the other. How could a proud dragon knight declare allegiance to another dragon knight? He would rather continue to follow his father in order to avoid this kind of humiliating allegiance. When I become a real dragon knight, have the power to protect myself and win the battle of the dragon, I will leave the Grand Duchy of Sapphire and create my own country. Moreover, maybe I can choose to overthrow the Sapphire family and dominate the Grand Duchy of Sapphire myself? When he arrived at the new port of Black Horse Island, it was already 11 hours later in the evening. The officials in charge of the construction in Newport Town quickly came to salute him. List did not disturb them and went to the dock to inspect it. The Sunset, transformed from the sunken ship of the sky, has been preliminarily assembled and will probably be able to go into the water for testing in another week. But to really appear in the sea and become List's flagship, braving the wind and waves, it may take a long time to explore and repair. The host of the dock was Captain Costo, the former caravan captain of the Little Kerchief Island, who has grown into a senior official of the territory. Not only did he have to preside over seaman training, but he also had to preside over shipbuilding experiments. He was busy every day. My lord, at present, the sampan workshop can produce single-masted sailboats. Although it cannot be used for long-distance sailing, it is far more efficient in offshore operations than ordinary sampans. Continue to work hard. The single-masted sailboat is just the beginning. You should learn to make brigs as soon as possible. In the process of transforming the Sunset, you should also accumulate more experience in making three-masted sailboats. I will try to dig out a group of shipbuilders from the shipyards on the outer islands to fill in the technical gaps. As you wish, my lord. List did not stay in Newport Town for dinner. He rode an ordinary horse to the Black Horse Ranch, changed to the Black Blood Horse King, Lightning, and galloped to the port town for dinner and a hot bath. He took the newly produced giant algae potion from the wizard tower. He then learned about the situation of the court messenger through advisor Gort. The court messenger had arrived at Coral Island 3 days ago, ready to visit Black Horse Island on behalf of the Grand Duke and discuss the matter of following. However, because List was not in the territory, the court messenger stopped at Tulip Castle and waited. Chapter 565. Riding the colorful whale Lolth, he galloped across the sea for an hour and a half before arriving at the Port of Flowers. He then changed to the chocobo Loki and galloped on the ground for an hour before arriving at Tulip Castle. It only took 3 hours for List to appear in the Tulip Castle's living room after setting off at 7 o'clock. He met the court envoy representing the Sapphire Grand Duke, a middle-aged man. List, let me introduce you. This is Jonas Moongrass, the Count of Moonlight City. He is the Grand Duke's court envoy and has come to Black Horse Island to inspect your territory. Count Lee William introduced. Jonas had thick hair and a beard. He looked a little sloppy. List knew this man, one of the counts of the Blue Blood Alliance, a veteran sacred swordsman of the Grand Duchy. He had met Jonas' daughter, an ordinary-looking aristocratic lady, Joanna Moongrass. When Meopal got married, Joanna was the princess bridesmaid. At the Long Taro castle, Joanna winked at List. "Welcome, Count Jonas." List greeted Jonas according to the standard aristocratic etiquette. Compared with the bearded Jonas, he was the perfect embodiment of an aristocrat in terms of appearance and temperament. Even when he was the Baron of Flower Town, he could grab the limelight in places such as banquets. What's more, now that he was a half-step dragon knight, his self-confidence was more outstanding, and his temperament naturally sublimated. As soon as they met, Jonas paled in comparison. The bearded count only felt that the enviably young List opposite him was a true great aristocrat, while he himself was just a lowly aristocrat in dire straits. However, Jonas had been through a lot and naturally would not be suppressed by a young man. He put on the posture of an elder and said with a gentle smile, "Hello, young Sky Knight, Viscount of Black Horse Island, List. I heard that the Count had arrived at Coral Island 4 days ago. Unfortunately, I left the territory to deal with some matters and was unable to receive you in time. You don't have to take it to heart. Your father has been very hospitable. I've been discussing cultivation matters with him for the past few days, and it's been very beneficial. Moreover, the Grand Duke let me serve as a palace emissary and visit the beautiful Coral Island. This is a rare opportunity for me to relax. I also hope to meet the Grand Duchy's youngest Sky Knight as soon as possible. You're too kind. Compared to a sword saint like you, Count Jonas, I still need more experience." That was how nobles socialized. You flatter me, I flatter you. List can deal with it very skillfully. But normally, he wasn't willing to be so hypocritical and polite. Now that he had become a quasi-dragon knight, he was proud and arrogant. Naturally, he was even more unwilling. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, he handed over the role of socializing to William Lee. But it was very obvious that a young genius like him was utterly unable to continue acting inconspicuously. The topic of conversation always revolved around him. Fortunately, it was only topics such as glory, military achievements, nobility, and so on. They were all handled by William Lee. With his brother Levis's help, List only needed to maintain a smile and nod gracefully from time to time. That was until Madame Marie came to announce the start of the lunch banquet. Count Jonas did not mention the matter of followers. This was his main purpose for coming here. According to the traditions of the mainland kingdoms and duchies, the lord would recommend followers who had the momentum to catch up with the lord to their superior lord. This was called honorary recommendation. This usually happened when an Earth Knight was promoted to a Sky Knight. Only this kind of promotion would bring about a substantial increase in strength. List was in line with the honorary recommendation. However, William Lee did not give him an honorary recommendation. Instead, the Grand Duke directly conducted an honorary inspection. This kind of honor inspection was mostly done to the children of the Lord's followers. It was a very honorable move. But generally, the honor inspection was to bestow the children of the follower with a benevolent title. An honor inspection like List's was very rare. After lunch. After discussion, it was decided that in the afternoon, William Lee and List would accompany Count Jonas and several court clerks to Black Horse Island for a tour. "Is this your mount, List?" When they set off, Jonas saw List riding a long-legged bird and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Colorful feathers, very beautiful big bird. I've never seen it before. Is it a low-level World of Warcraft or an intermediate World of Warcraft?" Loki was an intermediate World of Warcraft. But there was no need to mention this. List just said, "It's a chocobo. When I caught it from the mainland, it should have been a low-level World of Warcraft. But I was lucky enough to find a bloodline fruit and let it eat it. It became an intermediate World of Warcraft." Sure enough, as the nobles discussed, you are a son of glory. There are only a few people in the whole country who have an intermediate World of Warcraft as a mount, and a bird mount at that. Just like me, I used to be a member of Orders of Chivalry, and I still raise the old grey eagle that can't fly anymore. I can't bear to abandon it. Orders of Chivalry were the elites of the Grand Duchy. Their mount was a low-level domesticated World of Warcraft grey eagle. There were only 25 members, and their main task was to deliver messages. 4 hours later, the group finally arrived at Flower Town, but Flower Town was not part of List's territory, but it was leased by him for a long time. So the group lived in List's unnamed castle. The castle was too small. Only Earl Lee William and Count Jonas lived in the castle. Their attendants and court clerks lived in the town. Before dinner, Jonas watched List train the blizzard beasts with great interest. Earl Lee William, these blizzard beasts are all intermediate World of Warcraft? I heard that List once used a blizzard beast to help the eldest prince break through the walls of Fort Juniper. Do you see the biggest blizzard beast? That's Dosen, the flying dust dog that ate the bloodline fruit. Its evolution is excellent and it is an excellent intermediate World of Warcraft. The other 8 blizzard beasts are the descendants of Dosen and the flying dust dog. Although they also have 2 kinds of magic, they are more between the intermediate and low level. If Dosen can continue to mate with the flying dust dog, can it actually give birth to more offspring? It's very difficult. It seems that Dosen made the flying dust dog pregnant before its evolution was complete. By the time Dosen's evolution was complete, it was no longer possible to make the flying dust dog pregnant. His offspring have also been bred and none of them are fertile. Lee William said regretfully. Lee William and Levis were more enthusiastic than List about the birth of the blizzard beasts. When the 8 little ones reached adulthood, Tulip Castle immediately captured several female flying dust dogs and sent them to the 8 little ones for mating. However, after mating day and night, none of the flying dust dogs became pregnant. Basically, it could be concluded that the 8 little ones had lost their ability to reproduce. In fact, strictly speaking, they were similar to mules on Earth. Mules born from the mating of horses and donkeys were bigger and stronger than horses. Their vitality and resistance to diseases were stronger, and they had served for far longer than horses and donkeys. Unfortunately, because of reproductive isolation, the pelvis could not open and close, so it was impossible to give birth. Jonas sighed. That's a pity. This excellent Earth attribute World of Warcraft is very valuable in the siege. If it could be artificially bred, the nobles would definitely be willing to pay a high price for it. Lee William was deeply moved. It's really a pity. Chapter 566. All of you, rock grenade. With List's order, Dosen led the 8 to stand in a row, aimed at an abandoned stone house in the distance, and released the magic rock grenade. Boom! Huge rocks formed in the air and densely bombarded the stone house. In just one round of casting, the stone house was smashed into ruins by the boulders. The scene was spectacular. Count Jonas, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but open his mouth for a long time before saying, "Amazing." The next moment, List changed the order again, all of you, multiple rock thorns. Boom! The 9 blizzard beasts once again released the magic multiple rock thorns. Countless rock thorns appeared out of thin air in the open space, densely packed like a forest rising from the ground. The distribution area reached hundreds of square meters. Although the dense distribution was not uniform enough, the suddenness and lethality were definitely strong enough. Clap 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 clap. Count Jonas applauded and praised. With such a World of Warcraft team, the role they can play on the battlefield is no worse than an elite Orders of Chivalry. Especially in the night's weakest part of the siege, the blizzard beast's earth magic can play an unimaginable role. Count Lee William nodded and said, "The performance of earth magic in the destruction of buildings is indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, there is no way to domesticate a second Blizzard Beast team. I am very envious that you have such an excellent son. He is talented and has such a powerful World of Warcraft to assist him in battle. On the Blue Dragon Island, many aristocratic banquets have been talking about List, thinking that he is a rising star, but I want to say that he will soon surpass us. He has just been promoted to Viscount and Sky Knight. His territory has not been developed, and there is still a long way to go before he becomes an Earl. Perhaps for others, more effort is needed, but List has entered the sights of the Grand Duke. Maybe it won't be long before you and your son will be Earls side by side. Lee William smiled and did not answer. List had made it clear that he would help him to be promoted to Marquis. Therefore, the battle achievements accumulated during this period of time will be handed over to Lee William, and only materials will be harvested. After watching the dog training, there was still some time before dinner, so List proposed to take them to the seaside villa to have a look and admire his giant kelp sprite, Parker. Parker, come here. List waved his hand, and Parker, who was soaking in the water, immediately jumped out of the water and onto his shoulder. She grabbed his hair and greeted him, List. Although the elves of the sea could not fly and had gills, it did not mean that they could not live on land. He just didn't like it. Parker was still hot-tempered, but he no longer resisted List and was willing to listen to List's orders. Squatting on his shoulder, he stared at the strangers around him with an unfriendly gaze. From time to time, he would bare his teeth and make a fierce expression. However, he managed to restrain his urge to cast a spell. The great spirits of the sea are indeed as magical as the spirits of the land. Jonas was not surprised by Parker. By the grace of the night, it has been many years since anyone in the Grand Duchy has contracted a wild great spirit. Probably all the elves on land have been contracted, leaving only the sea. Count Jonas, how much do you know about the elves of the sea? I hope to learn more, List asked. Jonas touched his chin. I myself have not contracted the elves of the sea, or more directly, they should be classified as aquatic elves, corresponding to terrestrial elves. The Sapphire family of the Grand Duchy raises a lot of aquatic elves, which have gills and fins without wings. Aquatic, terrestrial. List pondered and did not disturb him. Jonas continued, apart from these two differences, there is no essential difference between aquatic elves and terrestrial elves. However, the development of aquatic elves is very difficult, especially those in the sea, which have almost no value for development. So your luck is really good, not only to get a great spirit, but also to harvest a potion. After a court clerk took a pen and recorded on a piece of paper, he smiled and complimented, Viscount List's luck is far more than just a great spirit, there are also 3 lesser spirits. List smiled and said, my luck has always been good. With the smoke dragon's power of fate, he had almost never had bad luck since he transmigrated. Benefits that others would miss 100% of the time were 100% for him. So far, he had never failed a mission. He had to sigh at the power of fate. They were both dragons, but the smoke mission could even involve the invisible dragon and the fire dragon. It was fine if it was the fire dragon. After all, the elemental dragon sounded a level lower than the sacred dragon, but the invisible dragon was also one of the sacred dragons. He often asked himself, so, am I a special human infected by the smoke dragon, or did the smoke dragon transfer all its power to me? Otherwise, how could the smoke mission involve a dragon at the same peak of power? There was no answer to this question for the time being. He did not know when there would be an answer. But this did not prevent List from enjoying the benefits of the smoke mission. He was only one step away from the great cause of dragon riding and was about to reach the peak of life. After seeing the spirits. On the way back, Jonas said in a joking tone, List, I am more and more optimistic about your future. Maybe I should introduce my daughter, Joanna, to you right away. I know Joanna. When she was the little princess bridesmaid, I happened to be the best man for cousin Meopal. Well, since you know her, that's even better. You are welcome to visit Moonshine City at any time. I will definitely go when I have time. This was just a courtesy. Jonas smiled and no longer mentioned it. He naturally understood that it was impossible for his daughter to catch the eye of List. Those marquis families with daughters were probably plotting against List long ago. Now, List was the youngest Sky Knight in the country, appreciated by the Grand Duke. Early in the morning on April 23, Jonas and his party took the flowers to Black Horse Island. They arrived at Black Horse Port in the afternoon and were greeted by the bustling construction works. With the launch of several refurbished old ships, the throughput of Black Horse Port had reached new highs, and they had to start expanding and building larger docks and warehouses. At the same time, the construction area of the port town had been connected with that of Black Horse Port, and various workshops had sprung up. Last year, List plundered a lot of craftsmen from the Eagle Kingdom. These craftsmen, with the support of List, began to build their own workshops. Of course, the population of Black Horse Island was not large, less than 20,000. After being distributed to various towns, the population gradually thinned. But for a main development town like the port town, at least 5,000 people settled here, and most of the island's trade transit was also here. The development speed was naturally very fast. After meeting with the town officials, the group rested first and waited for the official inspection tomorrow. So in the evening, they had dinner and drank until they were drunk. It was no different from any aristocratic banquet. Chapter 567. The so-called patrol was more of a cursory glance at the general situation of the territory. It was impossible to examine the territory's production, population, and other conditions in detail. "Is that the Wizard Tower?" asked Count Jonas, pointing at the towering pillar-like building in the distance. Yes, it was built for Her Excellency Chris Truth, the great sorcerer worshipped by the territory. She's not very interested in the banquets between nobles, and she's been studying some kind of magic recently, so she didn't attend the banquet last night. Gort was the guide of the patrol team. Count Lee William and Viscount List obviously would not lower themselves to be commentators. Gort was the most suitable person. The Wizard Tower's shape was a bit similar to the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It had a total of 5 floors. The lowest floor was 9 meters high and was the location of the Magic Academy. The second to fourth floors were 5 meters high. The second floor was the Magic Academy's student and teacher rooms. The third floor was the Magic Potion Development Workshop. The fourth floor was the Magic Equipment Development Workshop. The fifth floor was 6 meters high and was Crazy Truth's independent space, bedroom, study, laboratory, and so on. Therefore, the Wizard Tower's total height was 30 meters. Beyond the 5th floor, there was a basement floor used for storage. Count Jonas was a little puzzled. "List, you didn't even build a castle, but directly built a wizard tower for wizards?" This was not in line with the style of ordinary aristocrats. Consecrating wizards was indeed important, but compared to the castle where the aristocrats lived, its importance was limited. In the social system, aristocrats were always the most distinguished group of people. Any enjoyment should be obtained by the aristocrats first, and then the other classes. List could not say that he was accumulating experience for the architects, nor could he say that he was trying to win over wizards. Because of the Marquis Bull's dragon-slaying incident, the domestic aristocrats had a very bad evaluation of wizards. Therefore, he smiled, "My castle is structurally different from a standard castle, so I built the wizard tower first before the design was completed. In fact, I enjoy the small castle in Flower Town and am not in a hurry to live in a spacious and famous castle." This reason was somewhat forced. Normally, aristocrats would definitely build a castle first. The castle was both offensive and defensive, which was the capital for aristocrats to settle down. However, Jonas did not continue to dwell on it and quickly rushed to the next patrol site. This patrol site was Shiitake Town's Shiitake greenhouses. Now, thousands of acres of greenhouses had been completed and were still expanding, basically reaching a scale of 2,000 acres. With the production of the ice flame mushroom, basically all the mushroom greenhouses here were planted with flame mushrooms. List was still asking the serfs to continue expanding their farming area. Furthermore, he was already negotiating with Levis and his wife. Levis and his wife would send serfs to learn the flame mushroom cultivation technique and promote it on the Coral Island in the future. The income from each mu of flame mushrooms would be divided with List, and the specific proportion was still under discussion. This is the territory specialty, the flame mushroom. It's a type of magic ingredient that grows from abandoned worm grass. It's a fire element magic ingredient, and we're working hard to increase its production. Gord explained. The recipe was strictly guarded, so he wasn't afraid that someone would steal the flame mushrooms after taking a look. Count Jonas looked at the endless greenhouses and asked in surprise, "How many acres of flame mushrooms have you planted?" "About 2,000 mu, and it's still expanding." 2,000 mu? All of them are planted with flame mushrooms? Sensing that there seemed to be something wrong with Jonas' tone, List couldn't help but frown and ask, "What's wrong, Count Jonas? Is there something wrong with that? How's the harvest of the flame mushrooms in your territory, and how's the effect of the magic potion extraction? We've just expanded the scale, and the first batch has yet to come down." Jonas nodded and said to Lee William, "Count Lee William, didn't you warn List?" Lee William was confused. Warn him about what? List was the same. Is there a problem with my flame mushrooms? If there are no accidents, the quality of the flame mushrooms in these 2,000 mu will definitely be very poor, and the efficacy of the magic potion extraction will also be greatly reduced. Why? It seems that you really don't know enough about abandoned worm grass. Jonas said regretfully, although there are no elf restrictions on the growth of abandoned worm grass like mushrooms, the scale of cultivation is still limited. Within a radius of 1 million square kilometers, if it exceeds 1,000 mu, it will greatly degrade. Some varieties will even degrade after exceeding 600 mu. There's such a saying? List was very puzzled. Why is that? As far as I know, the magic power of abandoned worm grass is related to the weave. Weave? The one who was surprised was not List, but Count Lee William. "Count Jonas, the weave you mentioned, is it the legendary weave that only magic shooters can touch?" "Yes, according to those magicians, the world is surrounded by the weave, and whoever can touch the weave can advance to magic shooter." Jonas shook his head. "Unfortunately, I can't tell you more information, because even the court magicians can't figure out the weave." In short, abandoned worm grass is likely to be restricted by the weave, which is why it can only be grown on 600 to 1,000 mu within a radius of 1 million square kilometers. Restrictions of abandoned worm grass. The existence of the weave. This was undoubtedly a major blow to List's ambition of the flame mushrooms. The total land area of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire was about 2 million square kilometers. Including the territory of the sea, it was only about 6 or 7 million square kilometers. If he were to plant them all over the island, he would only be able to plant about 6,000 acres of land. As for Black Horse Island and Coral Island, they obviously did not reach an area of 1 million square kilometers. In other words, if Black Horse Island could be planted on 1,000 mu, Coral Island could not be planted. There is such a restriction. List was a little overwhelmed. He also planned to rely on the continuous expansion of the flame mushrooms to meet the increasing demand for potions in the future. Jonas immediately said, "This is really a pity. You need to shovel the excess flame mushrooms to make sure that there are only 1,000 mu. But you need to explore the specific number, because the cultivation density and variety differences of different abandoned worm grass will lead to different restrictions of the weave. It seems that this is the only way." List did not doubt that the other party was lying to him. The new batch of flame mushrooms would soon mature, and then he would know whether the quality had degraded or not. Lee Williams suddenly asked, "Count Jonas, do you also have abandoned worm grass in your property?" "Of course, my Moonlight City has blue matsutake, which is a kind of abandoned worm grass with water attributes. If List is willing, I can use the cultivation technology of blue matsutake in exchange for the cultivation technology of the flame mushrooms. Blue Dragon Island is far from Black Horse Island, and there is no conflict between us. List quickly restrained his mood and responded, "Blue matsutake?" He replied, "Blue pine mushrooms? I think this kind of cooperation is possible." Jonas added, "The trade of abandoned worm grass can be more profitable. I can help you contact aristocrats who meet the planting conditions and have abandoned worm grass to participate in the multilateral trade of abandoned worm grass." The restrictions of the weave. As a result, the area where abandoned worm grass could be planted was limited. Therefore, if every aristocrat wanted to sell their abandoned worm grass, they would trade it to aristocrats far away from them, with some terms attached. The most important thing was to limit the spread of abandoned worm grass and prevent it from eventually flowing back to their own area, leading to the degradation of the species. However, the Grand Duchy of Sapphire was so big that there were always a few potential customers for the flame mushrooms. Chapter 568. This chapter is a reward for the leaders, World Awakening Bureau. It will be one watch for the time being and 5 more will be added later. The weave. It was a new word that List had never heard before, but it was not the right time to investigate what the weave meant. List was still accompanying Count Jonas, patrolling his territory. After patrolling Mushroom Town, he went to Kelp Town, but neither town had been built yet, so there was nothing to patrol. Then he went straight to Red River Town, patrolled the mangrove forest at the mouth of the Red River, and saw a slightly larger green caterpillar mallard breeding base. Mallard ducks were capable of water archery, and ordinary serfs were only responsible for raising them without killing them. Traps were used to hunt the mallard ducks, and an apprentice knight was called in to shoot them. Of course, so far, except for a few that List had killed, the other mallard ducks were not killed. In order to continue breeding new mallard ducks, only those duck eggs that could not be hatched were included in the menu. There were 3 mangrove forests on Mangrove Island, Red River Estuary, and Seagull Island, all of which could be used to breed green caterpillars and mallard ducks. At noon, they enjoyed a picnic in Horse Town. In the distance, the black blood horse was undoubtedly very eye-catching, but no one would know that it was a group of dragon horses without careful identification. The identity that List arranged for them was World of Warcraft stallions. Count Jonas did not doubt that the number of dragon creatures was very small. He did not think that there would be dragon creatures on a small island like Black Horse Island. But even if it was just World of Warcraft stallions, Jonas still praised, once this batch of World of Warcraft stallions is bred, it will certainly provide stronger combat power for your orders of chivalry. It is a huge fortune to have your own World of Warcraft stallions on the island. Horses were generally only found on large islands such as Blue Dragon Island and Iron Hoof Island. It was difficult to find them on small islands. There was a group of black blood horses on Black Horse Island, which was rare. But then again, the quality of the black blood horse was slightly worse than the Grand Duke's blue blood horse. Count Jonas's team carried a magnificent blue-blooded horse. Obviously, this blue-blooded horse was part of the blue-blooded knight's suit. The tall, majestic blue blood horse was almost on par with Lightning, the king of black blood horses. List said with some emotional performance, "It takes a lot of years to grow the horses, and this pasture on Black Horse Island is a little small and not very suitable for raising horses. It's indeed difficult to sell them to the public, but it shouldn't be difficult to supply your own orders of chivalry." Indeed. In the afternoon. After inspecting the thorn plantation in Thorn Town, he went to Green Tea Town to taste a few cups of bitter green tea. Like many people, Jonas did not immediately fall in love with the taste of green tea. He still needed time to accept this new tea that was completely different from the sweet and fishy milk tea. Fortunately, the production of green tea was very low, and List was not in a hurry to promote it. He just had to take it slow. The last stop of the territory tour was Newport Town. List did not take people to the dock, but simply looked at the sampan workshop. Gort said, "Count Jonas, court clerks, our sampan workshop can produce small sampans and single-masted sailboats, but we do not have the technology to manufacture two-masted sailboats and three-masted sailboats. This can only be bought from the great nobles. The technology value is too high. The territory does not have the extra financial resources to buy technology for the time being. We all buy old ships for refurbishment. At present, trade is only between Coral Island and Black Horse Island. Sometimes we go to Beer Island, so ship manufacturing technology is not urgently needed. It may not be needed for a long time. Yes, you can buy it from the shipyard of the Sapphire family." List said, "In fact, I want the palace's fast sailboats. Unfortunately, the Grand Duke does not sell them to the public. We can only use slow merchant ships to transport goods, which wastes time and efficiency." Everyone wanted a fast sailboat. However, the Sapphire family firmly grasped the manufacturing technology of three-masted sailboats and did not spread it to the outside world, so that no one could compete with the Sapphire family on the sea. Only the Grand Duchy of Sapphire has the technology of two-masted sailboats, which makes it impossible for the mainland kingdoms to compete with the Sapphire family for sea control. In the absence of the Dragon Knight, the mainland kingdoms can only be beaten passively. In this way, the territory tour was over. Under the moonlight, the group returned to the port town. In the temporary guest house, Count Jonas finally got to the point before the dinner began. "Count Llewellyn, I came to Black Horse Island on behalf of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire to conduct an honor inspection of your follower, your son, Viscount List. Now that the territory tour is over, everything on Black Horse Island is thriving, in line with the requirements of the Grand Duke. You've worked hard." Llewellyn nodded. Jonas continued, "Now, on behalf of the Sapphire Grand Duke, I ask you, are you willing to accept the Grand Duke's recruitment of Viscount List?" Llewellyn responded, "I accept the Grand Duke's recruitment of List. If List is willing to follow the Grand Duke, I sincerely wish him to fight for glory for the Grand Duke. So, Viscount List, in the honor inspection, you have met the criteria of the Grand Duke's selection of followers. Are you willing to accept the Grand Duke's recruitment?" List responded calmly, "It is my supreme honor to be valued by the Grand Duke, but I hope to postpone it for a few years. I now hope to help my lord, my father, Count Llewellyn, to establish more military exploits and bring more glory to the family." Jonas was not surprised. As early as in the previous chat, he had already vaguely received hints from Llewellyn and List that List wanted to help Llewellyn fight for the marquis position. This was a good excuse, and no one could say anything against it. "I respect your choice, and I believe the Grand Duke will understand your choice." Jonas nodded to the entourage behind him, and then said, "No matter what you choose, it does not hinder the Grand Duke's attention to you. As the youngest Sky Knight of the Grand Duchy, you have proved yourself on the battlefield. You deserve the glory of a blue-blood knight." He paused. He solemnly said, "On behalf of the Master of the Sea, the Lord of all the Islands, the great Sapphire Grand Duke, I will confer upon you, Lord of Black Horse Island, Viscount List Tulip, an honorary member of the Blue-Blood Orders of Chivalry." "Thank you, Grand Duke. List is willing to fight for glory for the Sapphire family." List bowed. He received his own Blue-Blood Knight suit. A set of exquisite mithril armor, Blue-Blood armor, a cast-sharp fine gold longsword, Blue-Blood Knight sword, a rockwood spear with a tip made of a mixture of fine gold and orichalcum, Blue-Blood Knight spear, also a set of half-body mithril horse armor, Blue-Blood light horse armor, a bow made of special wood, Blue-Blood cavalry bow. There was also a Blue-Blood horse that he had previously known. This was an adult male horse that had been sold. One by one, he received the Blue-Blood Knight suit. List officially became a non-staff member of the Blue-Blood Orders of Chivalry, an honorary member. The suit he received was certainly much better than the ordinary knight suit, but for the Sky Knight who no longer needed to charge and change to sword fighting, this suit represented more honor. Well, my task is complete. Count Jonas clapped his hands, and the ceremony was over. Chapter 569. Mission completed. Reward, Blue Blood Knight set. When the camp made the choice, the Blue Blood Knight set was naturally in hand, and a warm banquet began. Count Jonas set off for Blue Dragon Island the day after the banquet, April 26th. He agreed that a month and a half later, on May 10th, he would gather all the nobles suitable for trading cordyceps to come to Black Horse Island for the flame mushroom technology trade. Before he left, he made another request: Viscount List, the new delicacies made by your chef, Mrs. Abbey, are really tempting. I hope to lead a team of chefs to learn a few special delicacies from Mrs. Abbey when trading cordyceps. The Count handles the cordyceps trade for me. Chef exchanges are naturally not a problem. You can send chefs to learn. I believe that as long as it is not the dishes that can be passed on to children, Mrs. Abbey is willing to carry them forward. Food does not make money. Except for some private dishes, which are included in the castle's exclusive menu, most of the delicacies have been handed over to the restaurants in Flower Town and Port Town. Tulip Castle, Falcon Town, Gravel Castle, and Beer Castle have all sent chefs to learn from Mrs. Abbey. List didn't mind Count Jonas bringing these delicacies to Blue Dragon Island. It would be very interesting to be able to carry forward the home-cooked dishes. At least with the spread of these dishes, the names of Flower Town and Black Horse Island will also be widely spread. Expand his popularity. Mission: under the influence of the contract, and under the guidance of you and the Siren, the giant kelp sprite Parker has become more and more humanized and has become a great sprite that can communicate normally. Why not let its vocabulary break through 1,000? Reward: migrating flamingo flock. This was the latest mission. After sending away Count Jonas and his party, the territory immediately calmed down. List did not forcibly speed up the progress of the mission. With a Chi teaching Parker, he was very relieved. He also did not pay attention to the reward of the mission. In more than 2 years, he had completed more than 110 missions and was already numb to the reward. Anyway, the reward will not run away. Sooner or later, why bother thinking about it before getting it? As long as it is not a chain mission, the content of the reward is not worth the trouble. He arrived at the Mage Tower early in the morning and met with Crazy Truth. Without any pleasantries, he took out the 3 magic casting plans He had recently written. The first was an advanced spell, Water Fusion, the second was an ordinary spell, Water Cannon, and the third was an ordinary spell, Water Aura. List had witnessed the water spiral fusion with his own eyes. It was one of the most destructive spells among the various advanced spells. The water cannon was like a high-pressure water gun that attacked the water current. Its power was average. The aura of water was very special. It summoned a ring of water around the user, and it could automatically defend against attacks. Sir Viscount, where did you get these 3 types of water magic? I've never seen or even heard of this kind of magic. Looking at their casting methods, they seem very novel. Chris was born in the goat gathering. She was very knowledgeable. After looking at the casting plan, she could tell that the 3 types of water magic were unique. List said faintly, it was exchanged from outside. It might not be in the possession of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Chris solemnly put away the casting plan. It seems like it was created by a magician from the mainland. I need some time to study it. They are very interesting. Chris, let's put the matter of magic aside. I came here today to ask you if you've heard of the weave. Weave? Yes, the weave. List explained the limitations of the abandoned worm grass and the weave in detail. I'm currently ordering people to study whether the quality of the flame mushrooms is related to the scale of farming. If there is a connection, then the existence of the weave is certain. After all, this is related to the advancement of a magic shooter. I think you should pay more attention to it. Chris shook her head. I'm sorry, I've never heard of the weave before. However, since the weave is related to magic shooters, I still want to study it. Sir Viscount, I want to be in charge of studying the relationship between the flame mushrooms and the weave. That's fine. You're a magician and have a keen sense of magic. I'll be at ease leaving this to you. In addition, I'll trade new abandoned worm grass with the other nobles in a month and a half. When the time comes, you can study them. Thank you, Sir Viscount. He left the wizard tower. List was still thinking about the weave. He had a feeling that the weave was not as simple as it seemed. The abandoned worm grass was just one of the functions of the weave. Even the elves and dragons were related to the weave. In many legends, magic shooters are powerful magicians who can fight dragons alone. From this, it can be seen that advancing from an archmage to a magic shooter is a qualitative leap similar to that between a sky knight and a dragon knight. Perhaps this qualitative leap is related to the weave? According to the simple information provided by Jonas, the weave enveloped the entire world. Then can the weave be seen as a manifestation of the laws of magic? Just like how the Earth is a planet with pure physical laws, the weave represents the laws of magic. His imagination ran wild. Why can elves farm, and only elves can grow magic potions? Are elves a node of the weave? Relying on nodes to output magic and cultivate magic potions. Similarly, why were dragons so powerful? Were they also a type of node of the weave, using magic to influence the laws of physics? Gem dragons produce gems, metal dragons produce metals, elemental dragons produce volcanoes, gales, and so on. Holy dragons can even influence fate and open up dimensions. Thinking about it this way, it did make sense. At least it was logical. However, List had no evidence to prove this. He could not even touch the weave, so naturally he did not know what it looked like. Maybe I have to wait for a chi to advance to magic shooter before I can start researching the weave. He rode the chocobo Loki towards the castle by the sea, ready to tell a chi about the weave. He was very confident that a chi could advance to magic shooter. This little siren's talent in water magic was too terrifying. After arriving at the castle by the sea, a chi happened to be talking to Professor Parker. She could multitask and read a magic book at the same time. Learning made her extremely happy. A chi, I have a piece of information about magic shooters to tell you. It is said that our world is surrounded by the weave, and if you want to advance to magic shooter, you have to touch the weave. The specific information is not clear, but the restriction of abandoned worm stalks is a manifestation of the weave. I suspect that elves and dragons are nodes of the weave. Weave? Magic shooter? Nodes? A chi was indeed attracted. Have you seen a spider web before? Yes. Every thread of a spider web will have a place where they intersect. This is the node. If a spider web is a network of information transmission, then the node is the summary of all the information in the vicinity. If it extends to the weave, is the place where magic interacts with reality a node? List finished and added, of course, this is only my personal guess. Don't believe it easily, lest you be misled. Chapter 570. The weave was a new field of knowledge that Crazy and a chi had never come into contact with before, so they had to explore it on their own. However, List was inspired by the internet nodes and had his own set of conjectures about the magic net. He was inspired on the spot, and he was prepared to write an imaginative magic book about the relationship between the magic weave, elves, and dragons. Although he was a true knight, a half-step dragon knight, he was still a dragon knight. However, it did not stop him from making achievements in the field of sorcerers. The two magic books about magic theories, Interaction Theory of Tri-State Magic Circles and Reality and Demonstration of the Unification of Triangle Theory and Magic Circle Structure, were enough to establish his position in the Circle of Truth. It must be known that even Chris and Achi, the two great magicians, had given full affirmation to his theory. This was much more magnificent than those ordinary mages who were fumbling around with some *T alchemy, fireball enhancement, and so on. This was because this was a work that looked at the essence through phenomena. It was similar to Einstein's theory of relativity in the physics circle. It was a study of theoretical physics. He, on the other hand, focused on theoretical magic power research. Now that he had a new theory, he was preparing to write a book titled Speculations on the Relationship Between the Weave Nodes, Elves, and Dragons. Perhaps thousands of years later, many great mages would have to rely on this magic book to advance to magic shooter. Humans could even rely on this book to mass-produce elves and dragons. That won't do. I can write this book, but I can't publish it. Just like my previous two books, it can only be circulated within the territory. It's not time to promote this knowledge to the public yet. It wouldn't be a good thing if it inspired mages from other places. Essentially, Liszt was still afraid of mages. He didn't want to repeat the mistake of the Sapphire Grand Duke and the Sapphire Dragon, which was a dragon-slaying incident. Time passed in a flash. Before he started writing his new work, he rode the seven-colored whale, Lolth, and sailed to Dodo Island with Achi. After arriving at Dodo Island, he summoned little fire dragon Leo at the mouth of the volcano. Roar! The flames rushed out of the lava and turned into a fire dragon with black and red scales. Liszt didn't know if it was an illusion, but he realized that Leo had grown bigger in just a few days. After asking Achi for her opinion, it was clear that Leo had indeed grown bigger. It could be seen how important an active volcano with magma was to the growth of a fire dragon. Eat, this is beef from Red Crab Island. In order to get your favorite beef, I have bought all the idle cattle on Coral Island. Liszt took advantage of Leo eating to lovingly caress it to improve their relationship. Leo didn't even raise his head. Roar! There is not much beef left on the Coral Island. I have to go to the Red Crab Island to buy beef at a high price. It is not easy to feed you. However, I will only come here once every 5 days to cultivate with you. When I receive the development order, I might not even come here to cultivate for several months. Without my support, how could you live so comfortably? Words might not be as effective as food, but after a long period of influence, it would definitely have a brainwashing effect, and little fire dragon Leo would eventually accept him. He could see it now. Dragons were too arrogant. Even if they were only young dragons, they still had an innate arrogant personality. To successfully ride a dragon, it was necessary to deepen feelings over time, to soften the arrogance of the dragon bit by bit, and finally to become a partner fighting side by side. In fact, he even faintly discovered that there was a flat area on the back of a dragon's shoulder that was extremely suitable for riding. It might even be related to a dragon knight, or more accurately speaking, it might be a contract position. Once he rode on it, unexpected changes would occur. As for why he thought so. After his enthusiasm for riding a dragon cooled down, he carefully pondered and discovered it. Because when he saw Sapphire Grand Duke riding a dragon in Fort Juniper, he clearly saw that Sapphire Grand Duke was standing on the dragon's back, not sitting on it. Whether it was the Sapphire Dragon, the Invisible Dragon, or the Little Fire Dragon Leo, their neck and shoulder blades all had a suitable place to ride. There was no need for the Grand Duke to act cool by standing on the dragon's back instead of sitting in a suitable position. So the Grand Duke probably didn't become a dragon knight. He might even exist in another form, the Lord of the Dragon Field. Liszt guessed. Back then, Annette Sapphire wanted to become the Lord of the Dragon Field. After he and the Magic Goat family were annihilated, the Dragon Field Lord technique probably fell into the hands of the Sapphire family. The Marquis Bull and the Magic Goat family's mages severely injured the Sapphire Dragon and transformed it into a lich, which might have prompted the Grand Duke to pick up the technique and become the Lord of the Dragon Field. That was how the battle was reversed. The Marquis Bull was beaten back to his original form and imprisoned. However, List could not guarantee that his inference was correct. He had never seen what a dragon knight looked like, so it was hard to tell whether the Grand Duke standing on the dragon's back represented the Dragon Knight or the Lord of the Dragon Field. But this did not prevent him from coveting the area above Leo's shoulder blade. He could now touch Leo's body at will, but he could not turn over and ride on it. So it would take time to unravel the secret of that area. Whether or not I can establish the contract of the Dragon Knight by riding on it will be solved by me sooner or later. His heart was on fire. But he was rational and calm. He was not in a hurry to ride the dragon. After serving Leo a comfortable meal, the training officially began. First, he tempered Leo's body with dragon breath until he was exhausted. Then, he let it rest for a while and take a potion. Then, it turned into a flame and merged into his body to carry out another demonic dragon energy refinement. He constantly devoured potions to improve List's dragon's fighting energy. Roar! After a night. Feeling refreshed, he waved goodbye to the little fire dragon Leo and officially ended the training. At the foot of the mountain, he picked a large number of hemp rope rattan seeds before leaving the Dodo Island. The hemp rope rattan specimen had been studied. It was as sturdy as iron wire of the same thickness, and it was also very flexible. Especially after being advised by an old master who knew how to make hemp rope, it could be soaked in oil to preserve the hemp rope rattan's flexibility. It could definitely replace hemp rope as an important resource. Therefore, he planned to plant a large number of hemp rope rattans in his territory and add more fertilizer, striving to cultivate a hemp rope rattan sprite worm. Achi, have you seen the 2 high-grade World of Warcraft water burst whales from last time? List looked at the calm and boundless sea and suddenly asked. He named the 2 huge whale-like sea monsters water burst whales and classified them as high-grade World of Warcraft. He considered himself the discoverer, and according to the academic rules of Earth, the discoverer had the right to name them. According to the vacuum water explosion magic of the whale-like sea monsters, he named them water burst whales. They were also the only high-grade World of Warcraft he had ever seen. Achi shook her head and said, "No, they might have already left. Didn't Big Brother say that whales can migrate thousands of kilometers in the sea?" "Indeed. Unfortunately, I only saw the high-grade World of Warcraft once." List sighed. He had seen documentaries about whales migrating from tropical waters to Antarctic waters, while some whales even swam from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. There were also documentaries that claimed that whales were social animals, but their social range was a bit large. It could be as large as hundreds or thousands of kilometers. It was rare to see a high-grade World of Warcraft, but he had only caught a glimpse of it. Chapter 571. This chapter is for the Guild Master, Glorious War Song, 1 chapter for now, 5 chapters in the future. Speaking of which, just from everyone's rewards, OL, by Ode 33 chapters. Mission completed. Reward, Migrating Flamingo Flock. There was nothing much to say about the mission reward. What caught List's attention was the new smoke mission. Mission, the migration of flamingo flock will attract the predation of a high-level World of Warcraft. Although it is temporarily attracted by the purple sand crocodile, it will invade your territory at any time and continue to prey on flamingo flock. Please hunt down this World of Warcraft and protect your territory. Reward, many types of abandoned bug grass. Those abandoned bug grass belonged to List, but it was still used as a reward for the smoke mission. It seemed a little sneaky. But the mission content attracted him. Flamingo flock will attract the predation of a high-level World of Warcraft? He was shocked. He was not clear about the combat power of a high-level World of Warcraft, but it was definitely not to be underestimated. It seems that this high-level World of Warcraft was attracted by the purple sand crocodile, which means I can calmly prepare. Maybe I can go take a look at the purple sand crocodile first. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Now that the smoke mission even stated the location of a high-level World of Warcraft, there was no reason for him not to investigate. As a Dragon Knight, he would not be so embarrassed when dealing with a high-level World of Warcraft. As long as he understood the combat style of a high-level World of Warcraft, he would be able to measure the strength of the enemy. Purple Sand Crocodile, I'm afraid the Earl can't keep that intermediate World of Warcraft. In order to let World of Warcraft multiply on the island and continuously produce new World of Warcraft, the Earl ignored the Purple Sand Crocodile. Unfortunately, after so many years, the Purple Sand Crocodile did not have a mate to mate with and give birth to new Purple Sand Crocodiles. After returning to the territory, soon, he received a report from Gort. Sir, a group of strange birds with red feathers flew over from the Red Estuary mangrove on our island. These strange birds can spit fire magic, fireball. They are fighting with the mallard ducks for the Red Estuary mangrove forest and have already killed a few mallard ducks. This is fiery bird. How did you guys handle it? Guild leader Paris and guild leader Marcus are leading their respective knights and are currently surrounding those strange flamingos. However, there are too many flamingos and quite a few knights have been burnt. For the time being, the mallards and the flamingos have each occupied half of the mangrove forest, but they have not stopped fighting. I'll go take a look. Right, have you figured out how to deal with it? Commander Paris thinks that the flamingos are the same as the mallards, attracted by the green caterpillar. Maybe we can catch all the flamingos and throw them on Seagull Island to raise. We also dropped a large number of green caterpillars on Seagull Island. The breeding was very successful, and we haven't dropped mallard ducks yet. That's a good way to deal with it. Let's do that. List nodded in appreciation. Flamingos were new to World of Warcraft, and they didn't know how to raise them yet. It would be better to send them to Seagull Island to develop and slowly learn how to raise them. Moreover, the high-level World of Warcraft was coming for the flamingos. If it was strong enough and preyed on Seagull Island, it would also reduce its invasion of Black Horse Island. When they arrived at Red River Town, it was almost dark. The patrol led by Paris and the Orders of Chivalry led by Marcus were still trying to catch the flamingos. With the serfs constantly feeding, the mallards were basically no longer afraid of humans, so there was no need to catch the mallards. Sir! Sir! The knight saluted List. Waving his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite, List directly asked, Commander Marcus, Commander Paris, how is the situation here? The mithril armor of the two commanders were stained with a lot of duck and bird feathers, and they looked a little embarrassed. Marcus reported, it is estimated that there are more than 500 flamingos invading the mangroves, most of which are adult flamingos. There are more than 300 adult mallards and more than 400 juvenile ducklings in the mangroves. It has been confirmed that more than 30 mallards and more than 20 flamingos have died, and the ducklings have run away. Paris said, the patrol is responsible for catching flamingos. So far, more than 50 flamingos have been caught, most of which are injured. The flamingos, with their mouths and legs tied, were placed in cages on the side. These flamingos had fiery red feathers, huge black beaks, and slender legs. They looked a bit like birds such as cranes and storks. Keep a few to taste, and send the rest to Seagull Island to let them live on Seagull Island. List changed into a set of armor. I will take you to catch the remaining 400 or so flamingos. We must not let them destroy the mallard duck farm that has been improving. Yes, sir. The Dragon Knight personally catching low-level World of Warcraft was like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. But there was no other way. If the knight caught the flamingos slowly, who knew how long it would take? Perhaps by the time the flamingos killed all the mallards, they would not have finished catching them. There were more than 10 elite Earth Knights in the territory, but they could not fly, so they could only use arrows to deal with birds in World of Warcraft. Flamingos were very suitable for large-scale domestication, so no one was willing to shoot them. So, List personally took action. He activated his dragon's fighting energy. His body was like a sharp arrow, directly shooting into the sky. A flying flamingo did not even have time to react before its beak was grabbed, and then its legs were pulled. Holding the flamingo's head under its wing, List directly threw it in front of the knight. The knight on the ground immediately grabbed the flamingo that could not be pulled off, tied it with a rope, and stuffed it into the cage. Before he could finish stuffing this one, List had already grabbed the other flamingo and threw it down in the same way. In a short moment, List, who was suspended in the air, was like a god descending to earth, killing in all directions in the flock of flamingos. The flamingos reacted and shot fireballs at him. However, List pulled out the Sky Cutter greatsword with a backhand. With an ordinary chi move, he broke through the small fireballs and landed lightly on the ground. After a short breath, he rushed into the sky again. 10 or 20 flamingos were captured in one go. After 3 hours, the sky was completely dark. List, who was using magic eye, could see the magic of the flamingos as bright as a light bulb. So they could not stop List's capture at all. Nearly 300 flamingos were caught by List, and only a little more than 100 were left. They had already escaped, and no one knew where they escaped to. Captain Marcus, once the flamingos come back, you continue to capture them. The flamingos that are seriously injured and unable to heal themselves, send them directly to the castle to store food. The flamingos that are slightly injured and not injured, send them all to Seagull Island and let them rest there. Yes, my lord. List shook the black ash and feathers on his armor. Although he was a dragon knight, he was still hit by the flamingo's fireballs several times, but only his clothes were damaged. My lord, your strength is getting stronger and stronger. Paris could not help but sigh softly as she escorted List to the port town. The gap between her strength and List's strength was getting bigger and bigger, and it had reached an insurmountable gap. List looked at his black dragon gang and light mage followers and also felt a little emotional. At the beginning, the powerful thief was his important bodyguard. Who would have thought that after more than a year, he would no longer need anyone's protection? How is your progress with light magic? Light bomb, dust of light, and refraction, these 3 ordinary magic have been fully mastered. Unfortunately, there are no more ordinary magic to learn. Now there is only one high-level magic, shadow projection, to learn, but it is too difficult. Chris has told me many times about the dynamic magic array, but I still have no clue. Take your time. Is your body still being eroded by the magic of the light dragon? After learning light magic, it has slowed down, but it has not been fundamentally solved. I have about 10 years of life left. When I first met you, I had a hunch that I still had 10 years of life left. Now that a year and a half has passed, I still have 10 years of life left. I have earned a lot back. Paris gave a carefree smile. Her IQ was not outstanding, but her personality was very cheerful. List looked at her and comforted her softly. Don't worry, I will solve the problem of the light dragon magic erosion for you. I believe this is not too big a problem for me. As a dragon knight of the fire dragon, he was confident that as long as he figured out the working principle of the dragon magic, he could solve the drawbacks of the black dragon gang. Chapter 572. It may be beautiful to die in the prime of one's youth. List did not care about Paris's thoughts. Sooner or later, he would study Paris's identity as a black dragon, which would be a good inspiration and guidance for the application of dragon magic. Black dragon or white dragon are somewhat evil to humans, but they seem to be good for dragons. According to Paris, if she does not change, she will be swallowed by the magic of the light dragon and eventually return to the light dragon. Being a black dragon seems to be a way of cultivation. If the little fire dragon Leo can learn it and sprinkle 3,000 drops of blood, to create 3,000 black dragons, wouldn't his growth be rapid? Of course. For the time being, List has not even finished riding a dragon. It is still too early to solve the secret of the black dragon. After resting for a night in Port Town, he rode the colorful whale Lolth early the next morning and swam to the beach at the southwest end of Coral Island, which was the territory of the purple sand crocodile. I don't know if that World of Warcraft has hunted the purple sand crocodile. If the hunt is over, then it will be in vain. The beach where the purple sand crocodile inhabits is very large, but for List, having magic eyes is equivalent to being equipped with a radar, and it is easy to find the whereabouts of the purple sand crocodile. It is lurking in the sea at the edge of the beach and has not been hunted. List did not disturb it, but waited by the side. Where is the advanced World of Warcraft? He looked around and did not see the smoke mission prompt of the advanced World of Warcraft. Fortunately, he has enough patience. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. When the sun was high, the purple sand crocodile finally could not stay in the sea and began to climb ashore. There are many unknown trees growing on this beach, and the purple sand crocodile has a large range of activities, all the way along the beach to the depths of the forest. List motioned for Lolth to wait on the shore, and he hurried to follow the purple sand crocodile. After a while, the purple sand crocodile crossed the beach and mud and turned into a swamp lake. Its huge body quickly merged with the mud, leaving only its head above the water, waiting for the arrival of its prey. List climbed a tree not far away, acting as the hunter of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, waiting for the high-level magical beast to come. In a flash, noon arrived, but the purple sand crocodiles still hadn't found their prey. They were still waiting, and advanced World of Warcraft still hadn't appeared. List was still not in a hurry. He took out the lunch that he had prepared and began to eat on the tree. He usually ate delicately and enjoyed his meals, but that did not mean that he could not endure hardship. He just wasn't used to it. When dining in the castle, one had to be clean and hygienic. After eating a dish, one had to wipe one's hands, drink a mouthful of wine, and maintain one's demeanor. At the same time, one would not let the taste of the previous dish mix with the next dish. Eating in the wild, one could only rely on one's own hands. Their hands were covered in grease, and it was not convenient to taste wine. In short, the taste of the food and the atmosphere of the meal would be greatly reduced. Gradually, the sun began to tilt. List, who was leaning against the tree trunk, almost dozed off. At this moment, he cast magic eyes and habitually scanned the surroundings, only to be taken aback. At some point in time, a behemoth outlined by red magic power had appeared at the edge of the swamp. It was in the shape of a bird, hiding in the bushes on the edge of the swamp. Dispelling the magic eyes, List, who was in high spirits, observed the fire attribute advanced World of Warcraft with his naked eye. Compared to the surrounding trees, the 10-meter-tall tree only reached the position of its neck, which meant that it stood at a height of 12 meters. It had grayish-brown feathers, and without looking at its head and neck, it looked like a large stork. However, looking at its thick neck and the huge head on its neck, it was far from a stork. In particular, the huge beak, which was flaxen and covered with brown spots, looked like a huge boot. This reminded List of the stupid big bird he had seen in an online video, the whale-headed stork. The whale-headed stork in the video, when feeding it small fish, actually dropped the small fish from its mouth several times. It was really stupid, no wonder it was said to be extinct. The advanced World of Warcraft in front of him was obviously not comparable to the whale-headed stork. Although it looked similar, its posture and momentum were not angry, and the rich red magic power also showed its strength. It stood in the bushes, motionless. Its sharp eyes stared at the purple sand crocodile in the swamp without blinking. Time passed, hour by hour. I might as well call you boot-billed giant stork. Your beak does look like a boot, and your body looks like a stork. Combined with your huge body size, this name perfectly sums up everything about you. List gave the bird a name out of boredom. When he finished, the sky was almost dark. In the few hours of the afternoon, the purple sand crocodile still had not seen its prey, and the boot-head stork was still standing in the bushes, patiently waiting. It had to be said. The patience of animals in hunting was indeed very strong. He couldn't help but think of himself driving a prey to the purple sand crocodile, and then baiting the boot-head stork to hunt the purple sand crocodile. Or, he could be more violent and directly rush over to fight with the boot-head stork. Who cares what advanced World of Warcraft it is, he could directly hunt it down. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. There is enough time, there is no need to take risks. Just as he thought of this, the situation suddenly changed. With a few grunts of boars, 2 fat Thundertusk wild boars ran over and led a few smaller Thundertusk wild boars toward the swamp area. The Thundertusk boars were low-level World of Warcraft of the Thunder element and could cast the spell Lightning Flash. Back in Thorn's Ridge, List worked together with the knight to hunt the Thundertusk boars. They had thick skin and thick flesh, making them difficult to deal with. As soon as the Thundertusk boars entered the swamp, they began rolling around in the mud, snorting and snorting happily, not knowing that they were approaching the Grim Reaper. Finally, a large Thundertusk boar rolled to a spot not far from the purple sand crocodile. In the next second, the purple sand crocodile pounced. It opened its huge mouth and bit the Thundertusk boar. It twisted its body and threw the Thundertusk boar into the swamp. Snort. Ong. The remaining Thundertusk boars fled in panic, but the purple sand crocodile did not care about them. The Thundertusk boar that weighed a ton was enough for it to enjoy a sumptuous meal. But just like the Thundertusk boar, the purple sand crocodile did not realize that it was not at the top of the food chain. Just when it was numbed by the Thundertusk boar's lightning flash and had no choice but to surface, the bootlace stork, which had been hiding in the bushes for a long time, quickly attacked. It spread its wings and strode forward with its long legs. Its huge beak, shaped like a boot, shot out like lightning and started pecking at the purple sand crocodile's head. A huge fireball was brewing in its beak. This was an advanced spell, Super Fireball. Every time it pecked the purple sand crocodile's head, the super fireball would hit, almost burning the purple sand crocodile's head. When it flapped its wings, it released another advanced spell, Flame Slash, which ruthlessly hacked at the purple sand crocodile's body. The purple sand crocodile hurriedly shook off the half-dead Thundertusk boar, opened its mouth and spat out its advanced spell, Water Wave Shield, to protect itself. Then, it released the advanced spell, Water Arrow Volley, to counterattack the bootlace stork. As an intermediate spell in World of Warcraft, it was much bigger than the bootlace stork. Its counterattack was also very fierce. But it was powerless to change its fate. The boot-beaked stork moved nimbly, continuously releasing all kinds of spells as it moved. Chain of Fireballs, Resistant Ring of Fire, Flame Slash, Super Large Fireballs, Flame Tornado, Dancing Fire Snake. It was like a moving magic cannon, mercilessly attacking the purple sand crocodile. In the end, it broke the Water Wave Shield and burned the purple sand crocodile. Its huge beak did not forget to peck at the purple sand crocodile's head. Its goal was clear, it wanted to smash open the purple sand crocodile's head. The purple sand crocodile's skin was too thick, and its magic barbecue was obviously not enough to cook it. Goo goo, the purple sand crocodile howled in pain, but no matter how it rolled, it could not stop the bootlace stork from making a hole in its head. Soon, its skull cracked, and even its brain matter splattered out. The howling gradually stopped, and the purple sand crocodile could only twitch its body. The bootlace stork flapped its wings and let out a strange cry of satisfaction, preparing to enjoy today's feast in the afterglow of the setting sun. Whoosh! List, who was standing on the tree and watching the amazing hunting scene, jumped down from the tree. He suddenly pulled out the Sky Cutter greatsword, channeled the dragon's aura in his body, stomped on the ground, and soared into the sky like a sharp arrow. Then, wrapped in a huge amount of dragon's aura, he cast a skill from the rising red sun, Sunset Fall. Together with the setting sun, he swooped down towards the bootlace stork. Now! Chapter 573. The Dragon Knight's appearance was naturally full of vigor. The powerful dragon warrior wrapped in a powerful fire attribute Sunset Fall, smashing into the bootlace stork of Advanced World of Warcraft. This move was very sudden, and before the bootlace stork could react, the powerful combat aura had already landed on its body. But at this moment, the bootlace stork instantly released a high-level spell, Resistance Ring of Fire. Boom! A huge flame rushed out from the bootlace stork, trying to repel List's attack. However, when this resistance touched the dragon warrior released by List, it quickly collapsed. Then, the sky splitter hit the bootlace stork's body, cutting off a large number of feathers. The bootlace stork's body was also smashed into the swamp, its big head screaming into the water. What a weak feeling. List felt like he was in a trance. He clearly attacked the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's Advanced World of Warcraft, but it was sent flying in one move. Ugh! Pulling out its bird head, the bootlace stork was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out a string of pearl-like fireballs. This was a high-level fire spell, Fireball Chain. List waved the sky splitter sword, the dragon warrior attached and gushed out, forming a forbidden zone. All the fireballs hit in front of him and quickly dissipated, unable to hit List at all. A spell that can't withstand a single blow. Is this the crushing power of dragon magic over ordinary magic? List was excited. The battle was far simpler than he expected. Ever since his Do Chi advanced to the Dragon Do Chi, every battle was completely one-sided. Earl Llewellyn was no longer his opponent. Advanced World of Warcraft bootlace stork was only a little stronger than low-level World of Warcraft. Blazing Sun Scorch. His body rushed forward, and the sky splitter sword stabbed forward, once again knocking down the bootlace stork who had not yet stabilized its footing. At the same time, the sky splitter sword dug a scorched hole in the bird's abdomen. Ugh! Feeling the pain, the bootlace stork stopped releasing magic and flapped its wings frantically. The wind stirred up by its huge wings was even stronger than the wind magic. Most importantly, the splashes of mud and water were scattered everywhere. List's draconic battle aura evaporated and formed a mist. This did not affect List in the slightest. He used the momentum to push away, stepping on the purple sand crocodile's carcass, and directly flew into the sky. Then, he turned around and used Sunset's Descent, turning into a red sun that came crashing down. The high-level fire attribute Dragon Do Chi turned into a sky full of fire, smashing onto the boot-billed giant stork. Rumble. Just like the purple sand crocodile, the bootlace stork had no power to fight back. Its speed, attack power, and magic power were all no match for List. Its fate was sealed. 10 minutes later, the bootlace stork breathed its last. List stood on its carcass and took a few deep breaths. Although it was a one-sided slaughter, the high-level World of Warcraft was still durable. 10 minutes of tormenting it back and forth had used up half of his combat aura reserves. This kind of strength was basically equivalent to a perfect level Sky Knight. The purple sand crocodile used up a wave of magic power, plus I didn't let it fly. As a bird-type World of Warcraft, its strength was reduced by half. But even if it fought with all its strength, it was still no match for me. The Draconic Battle Aura's ability to crush normal magic power is too strong. Recalling the details of the battle, Roland concluded his shortcomings. At this moment, the sky was completely dark. List looked at the bootlace stork, the purple sand crocodile, and the thundertusk boar and was a little worried. What do I do with these carcasses? The bootlace stork can sneak them away, but the purple sand crocodile is a product of the Count's territory, so it belongs to the Count's private property. Forget it, I'll just take them all away. I'll go back and make up for the Count's loss of the purple sand crocodile. List was not willing to give up on the meat of a high-level World of Warcraft, but if he gave the purple sand crocodile to the Count, it would obviously expose the bootlace stork's existence. There was no way to hide the wound, and only a high-level World of Warcraft could kill an intermediate-level World of Warcraft. Let's find an excuse. I'll say that Seagull Island was invaded by a high-level World of Warcraft and I killed it. Later, the Count will understand that the purple sand crocodile was killed by a high-level World of Warcraft. I'll send some of the bootlace stork's meat to the Count, and this matter should be over. After all, if I didn't do anything, the Count wouldn't have been able to deal with the bootlace stork. He should be thanking me. Well, I'm his son, so he should suffer a little. His thoughts ended. He looked at the corpse of the bootlace stork and sighed faintly. It's a pity that I was too ruthless at the time. If I could have endured it, tamed it, and used it as a high-level World of Warcraft as a mount, it would definitely be cool. But it doesn't matter, I now have the intermediate dragon beast Loki, and in the future, there will be even more dragons. The bootlace stork was an adult high-level World of Warcraft, and it was not easy to tame. It was very dangerous to keep it in the territory. The most important thing was that List did not lack mounts, and they were all dragon mounts. It was rare to encounter a high-level World of Warcraft, so it was better to kill it and eat its meat. The meat of a high-level World of Warcraft was definitely nutritious. The gem space was limited, and it could not contain such a large World of Warcraft. Therefore, he could only leave the 3 corpses here, return to the seaside, take out the conch horn, and blow it rhythmically. Chirp. After a while, the rainbow whale Lolth responded from the sea. She did not leave, and had been waiting for List. Turning over and mounting, List directly issued an order, Lolth, let's go. A few hours later, he returned to Flower Town. Overnight, he organized the crew, started 2 cargo ships, and sailed to the beach at the southwest end of Coral Island. At dawn, the ship finally arrived at the beach. The water was too shallow to dock, so he could only put down the sampan and send serfs to drag the 3 corpses to the surface. The World of Warcraft corpses decayed slowly, but it attracted several windblade wolves to eat the corpses. These windblade wolves soon became food for the territory. With List personally supervising the hauling of the corpses, how could there be any World of Warcraft and take away the benefits? My lord, the 3 World of Warcraft corpses and the Windblade Wolf corpses have been transported to the ship. Let's go. List said to Isaiah, who was in charge of the command. When you go back, remember to keep your mouth shut. I don't want what happened tonight to be leaked. My lord, please rest assured that the serfs organized before departure are honest new serfs. Not only do they speak little, they don't even know a few words of Serpentine. And we will sail directly to Black Horse Island. These serfs will support the construction of Black Horse Island, and the crew of the 2 ships will be rearranged on Black Horse Island. That's good. Although it was nothing to expose the secret, it was not a glorious thing after all, and List did not want to cause misunderstandings. The ship sailed. The high-level World of Warcraft meat was about to be eaten. The smoke mission has been completed. Mission completed, reward a variety of abandoned worm grass. The abandoned worm grass that originally belonged to him was used as a mission reward, and List was very unhappy. He preferred the unknown rewards from the smoke mission, rather than taking out the benefits that were already clear as a reward. It felt like putting the candy in his left pocket into his right pocket. But he did not worry about anything, and the new mission made him frown. Chapter 574. This chapter is, Xiao Ruizi's Kitchen. A special kind of magic? List looked at the quest reward and the Sun books mentioned in the quest, and fell into thought. I found some books similar to XXX Transform XX Bear X in the Sun books before. According to my inference, this should be Druid Transform XX Bear X. Druid is a profession recorded in the notes left by Curtis Truth, along with magician, lich, alchemist, and so on. List is not quite sure what druid stands for. But now the quest reward is likely to be related to the druid profession, and this profession is almost the spellcaster in the sun's child, similar to the magician among humans. What does the smoke quest mean? Let me read all the sun books and then research the meaning of each word in the sun like archaeologists. He frowned deeply. When he had no books to read, even the boring Diary of Philip's Son's Descendants could be read over and over again, and he was proficient in reading and writing the Sun language taught in it. But now that he is getting busy, there are more and more books, and he has long lost interest in those boring Sun books. Not to mention, like an old pedant, burying himself in it and researching the meaning of each Sun language one by one. This work is too difficult. But if I don't complete it, I can't skip this quest at all. In the past, when he encountered a quest he didn't want to complete, he could get the quest reward in advance and change the quest. But the reward of this quest is directly related to the content, and he can't skip it even if he wants to. It's very nerve-wracking. Today, List can't settle down to do academic research. Not only does he have to develop the territory, but he also has to practice hard, participate in aristocratic communication, and prepare for the arrival of the annual development order. Even if he takes time to do the quest, with his concentration, it is estimated that he won't be able to study it thoroughly in a short time. This quest is likely to be stuck like this for a few years. No, maybe I'm stuck in a dead end. He looked at the body of the giant stork, and suddenly a flash of inspiration. I am not a scholar, but there are scholars in the territory, and Chris is a scholar. No, Chris is not worthy of my full trust. I should give it to Achi is also a scholar. Perhaps when it comes to knowledge, Achi is not as knowledgeable as Chris. However, in terms of intelligence, memory, and quick thinking, Achi definitely had the upper hand. Most importantly, List trusted her and was willing to share the secret of the sun's child with her. That's it. Leave the mission to Achi. Solve the problem. His mood suddenly lightened up. In the afternoon, they arrived at the giant algae dock. They did not go directly to Black Horse Port to prevent the news from leaking. After all, the body of the purple sand crocodile was on the ship. Go and invite Great Magus Crazy here. List ordered as he disembarked. Without a magician, it would be difficult to figure out which materials needed to be completely cut. When Chris arrived on horseback, the cutting of World of Warcraft meat officially began. Looking at the huge shark and bird, Chris was very surprised. Lord Viscount, these two World of Warcraft are, this crocodile is the only intermediate World of Warcraft purple sand crocodile on Coral Island, and this big bird is the advanced World of Warcraft Boothiel stork. When I passed by, I saw the Boothiel stork hunting the purple sand crocodile, so I killed the Boothiel stork and pulled them back. You see how they should be dissected and divided. Advanced World of Warcraft? List responded faintly, obviously. It was just hunting an advanced World of Warcraft, it was not worth mentioning. Chris opened her mouth wide. Incredible, Lord Viscount, you actually hunted an advanced World of Warcraft. I have never seen an advanced World of Warcraft. I have only come into contact with advanced World of Warcraft materials a few times. I need to feel its body carefully before I can guide the division. It will take a little time. It doesn't matter, I'll let someone clean up the Windblade Wolf and Thundertusk Boar first. Low World of Warcraft meat was also meat, so List did not mind. After being preserved, it could be eaten for a long time. Moreover, Charmander also needed World of Warcraft meat to supplement its nutrition. It seemed that today's harvest was good, but if it really ate it, it would not last for many days. These World of Warcraft meat were cut on the ship and not transported to the shore. Only after being cut into pieces of meat would they be sent to the kitchen for processing. Of course, some of the important materials must be handed over to Chris Mage Tower for processing to make materials for magic equipment. As for the rest of the advanced World of Warcraft meat, List would carefully sort out the gem space and make room to fill it. Obviously, apart from giving some to his family to taste, he was going to enjoy most of it by himself. He hunted World of Warcraft alone, so his subordinates naturally did not need to share it. At most, they would have a taste. Advisor Gort quickly arrived. Seeing the huge Boothiel stork, his flattery immediately rolled like a tide. List listened for a while and saw that there was nothing new, so he interrupted, "How is the planting of the skull tree and hemp rope vine going?" "The skull tree has the blessing of the cordyceps, and a large number of seedlings have been born. I believe that the skull tree plantation in Green Tea Town will soon flourish. It's just that the hemp rope vine has a very low germination rate. More than 3/4 of the seeds you brought back, sir, have not germinated." "Is the germination rate so low?" List frowned. "I will collect another batch of seeds as soon as possible." "You must organize the most capable serfs to take care of them carefully and treat them like potions, understand?" "As you wish, sir." "By the way, how are the flamingos on Seagull Island?" These greedy flamingos quickly adapted to life on Seagull Island, and they are very obedient with the green caterpillar. It's just that 1 or 2 flamingos occasionally sneak in from the mangrove at the mouth of the Red River. They are all caught by Captain Marcus and sent to Seagull Island. Pay attention to the method of breeding flamingos." "Yes, sir." After an entire afternoon and night, under the guidance of Crazy, the high-level Bootlay stork and the intermediate-level World of Warcraft purple sand crocodile were finally dissected. The beak, claws, wings, feathers, eyeballs, and sac of the Bootlay stork were all important magic materials and spellcasting materials. The scales, teeth, claws, and skin of the purple sand crocodile were also important magic materials and spellcasting materials. Magic materials were suitable for making magic equipment, and spellcasting materials were suitable for setting up magic arrays. These materials were transported to the Mage Tower and given to Crazy and other mages to be specially processed, and then stored in the Mage Tower's warehouse, waiting to be used. The rest were basically edible. It was impossible to sell them for money. List now only had access to potions and World of Warcraft. After careful consideration, he divided out nearly 500 pounds of Bootlay stork meat and planned to send a retainer knight to Tulip Castle for the Count and other family members to taste. It was much more generous than the 5 pounds of snake meat the 6-headed sea serpent king gave. Now that his identity was different from before, there was too little meat. But compared to the remaining 5 to 6 tons of meat, 500 pounds seemed nothing. Moreover, there was still the purple sand crocodile meat, which was completely for him to enjoy. Along with the meat of the Bootlay stork, there would also be a letter. List prepared to make up a story about fighting the Bootlay stork at sea, low-key bragging about how he killed high-level World of Warcraft, and how he killed and dissected it to eat its meat. And that night. Chapter 575. Was high-level World of Warcraft meat tasty? Not really, at least the taste was a bit bad. The meat is a bit tough, bad review. List was very dissatisfied. As a high-level World of Warcraft, the Bootlay stork was indeed nutritious. Once it entered his stomach, he could feel hot steam rising from it. Mana constantly nourished his chi, but the taste was not as good as the low-level World of Warcraft Windblade wolf. It was dry and hard. However, even so, Gort and the other followers still had tears in their eyes. "I'm so happy to be able to eat high-level World of Warcraft meat in my life. Thank you, sir, praise sir, the meat of the Bootlay stork is too chewy, this is the most precious food I've ever eaten. Knight's glory, only sir can slay high-level World of Warcraft. Although I haven't seen what the Bootlay stork looks like, I saw its meat and ate it in my stomach, I'm so satisfied. As long as we keep fighting with sir, high-level World of Warcraft meat is not an extravagant wish. We can even eat super World of Warcraft meat. That's right, sir is the youngest Sky Knight in the country, he will become a Dragon Knight sooner or later. Some followers directly shouted the slogan of Dragon Knight. This was not inappropriate. Dragon Knight was more like a beautiful sustenance. Any knight would always talk about Dragon Knight. Although this picnic was simple, everyone felt happy. Only List was not satisfied with the taste of the bootleg stork meat. The chef also made a purple sand crocodile meat for him. The taste was also not good, the meat was very rough, and he forced himself to swallow it. In fact, the taste of World of Warcraft meat had little to do with the level. Low-level World of Warcraft meat, such as Fire Rabbit and Pink Conch, had a good taste, although the nutrition and mana were slightly lacking. In addition, compared to ordinary livestock meat, World of Warcraft meat was not necessarily superior. Invisible Dragon and Charmander both liked to eat beef, not World of Warcraft meat. Of course. Eating World of Warcraft meat was not about taste, so no matter how bad the bootleg stork and purple sand crocodile meat was, he would still eat it. Early morning. Riding the rainbow whale Lolth, List went straight to the Flower Town seaside villa. It just so happened that Achi had been staying in the seaside villa for the past few days. List didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "Achi, I have a mission for you. Please tell me, Big Brother. I will definitely help Big Brother complete the task. I have a batch of foreign books here. They may have come from the mainland on the other side of the Devil's Sea, a race called the Children of the Sun." List took out the pile of solar language books and placed them on the table. You can study this diary of a descendant of the sun first. There are simple solar language lessons in it. The continent across the Devil's Sea? Achi was surprised. Are there humans living there? I thought the Devil's Sea was the border of the sea. List said, "Have you forgotten that I told you that our world might be a planet? If this is the case, then the border of the sea can only be the land, and the border of the land can only be the sea. Therefore, there must be a continent on the other side of the Devil's Sea. We are on the east side of the continent. Then, what if the other side of the Devil's Sea is the west side of the continent?" Achi raised a question. List was taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this problem. If the other side of the Devil's Sea was really the west side of the continent, then it was not impossible. Assuming that the planet had only one continent and one ocean, then the Devil's Sea was obviously the only ocean. It was just that it was difficult to cross, which gave rise to all kinds of legends. As for the west side of the continent, it was too far away and information did not circulate. Only a few people knew what was going on there. He could only say awkwardly, "It is recorded in some books that the westernmost part of the continent is the unsetting Radiance Empire. The language used there is an advanced clear language. It is probably not the same language as the solar language. The unsetting Radiance Empire is not the Children of the Sun. In short, you can judge for yourself." All right. Achi stroked the paper of the solar language books and said, "This paper is so thin. It seems that it is really not produced by the continent's countries. Big Brother, do you want me to learn the solar language and then translate the contents of these books?" Achi is so smart. List habitually stroked her blue hair. "I found some clues. Do you remember that sunken ship? The box on the ship contained these sun scriptures and some seeds. At present, the seeds have germinated, but their growth is very slow. I think the technique of how to cultivate seeds is hidden in these books. Is that sunken ship from another continent?" "Yes, according to my speculation, it may not be a ship, but a ship in the sky." "Ah. A ship in the sky? There is not enough evidence to support my speculation. You need to find it from this pile of books. By the way, I will transplant the germinated seedlings here. After you find useful clues from the books, you can study them." List simply handed over the matter of cultivating the potion seeds to Achi. He was now getting more and more used to being a hands-off shopkeeper. It was a pity that Achi's feet had not grown out and could not walk normally on land. Otherwise, she could have played a greater role. I really hope that the smoke mission can issue some rewards that can help the sirens grow. He kept thinking in his heart, trying to interfere with his subconscious and pull the threads of fate. The subconscious could not be controlled. He could only interfere with the smoke mission as much as possible by constantly hypnotizing himself, hoping that it would really work. He had to supervise the handling of the seedlings in the glass greenhouse to prevent the servants from damaging the seedlings. Although there were still a large number of seeds stored in the gem space, before the seedlings matured and bore fruit, there would be one less seedling that was damaged. Wow! The thorn sprite, Ella, flew out of the castle and landed on his shoulder, then grabbed his hair and yelled, wanting List to play with it. I'm busy now, Ella. Go play by yourself. List touched Ella's head and motioned it not to make trouble. Wow! Ella flattened her mouth and flew away reluctantly. Back in the castle's worm room, he saw the corn sprite Mickey playing with a group of sprite worms. He rushed up and raised his hand to hit it. Mickey was shocked and flew away. Chirp, chirp. In fact, Ella's hand did not fall, but stopped in mid-air. Without looking at Mickey, he flew out of the castle and flew to the Garden of Thorns where the worm stalks had been removed. In the Garden of Thorns in Flower Town, there were no fast-growing magic thorns planted, but fast-growing iron thorns. It yelled, wow, and waved its hand to sprinkle a green light, spawning a patch of thorns. Then it calmed down. It was ready to go back and continue to play with List, but List was no longer in the castle. He escorted the potion seedlings to the seaside villa. Following the vague feeling in its mind, Ella flew directly to the seaside villa. The apprentice knight who followed it could not stop it from entering the seaside villa that had become strange. However, when it arrived, List, who was teaching the giant kelp sprite Parker, had already sensed it and immediately called it. Ella, come and meet me, this is Parker. List motioned for Ella to fall on his shoulder, and then said to Parker who was standing on the table, Parker, this is Ella, we should coexist peacefully when we meet in the future. Parker bared his teeth, not knowing whether it was a laugh or a threat. Ella, ugly sprite. Chapter 576. Take a deep breath, Ella. Seeing that Ella was about to start sowing magic, List hurriedly stopped her and scolded Parker, Parker, don't use insulting words to your own elves. Parker looked indifferent. Parker, the handsome elf, Ella, as ugly as Fitz, Tam, and Eddie, Nami, the one who brought me food, she's not bad. Mickey, I've never seen her before, she must be ugly too. Achie, the gentle sister, List, as handsome as Parker. List's face darkened. Shut up, Parker. Ha ha. Parker lazily sat down and continued to grin at Ella. Whoa. 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 Ella's anger was hard to calm down. If List hadn't covered it with both hands, she would have definitely rushed up and fought with Parker. Whether she could beat him or not, her attitude must be clear. Parker, review the snake language I taught you today. List stretched out his hand and flicked Parker's forehead. His face was ugly. After this guy could speak, his mouth became more and more vicious. He obviously learned from the gentle Achie and his gentleman self, but he didn't learn any elegance. Parker sat on the table. I want to eat cornmeal. I'm going to check at night. If you don't learn the snake language well, you can't eat anything. Hee hee. With the angry Ella back to the castle, List appeased it for a long time before it calmed down. List was also very helpless about this. Ella's temper could not be underestimated. Parker, Fitz, Tam, and Eddie were not good-tempered elves. Only Nami and Mickey were worry-free. If it weren't for the suppression of the contract, if it weren't for the fact that the terrestrial elves and aquatic elves did not live together, they would have fought sooner or later. When he was annoyed. In Tulip Castle, the Count tasted the unpalatable bootmouth stork meat. He felt bitter in his heart. A high-level World of Warcraft was easily killed. List's strength is probably above all the Sky Knight. The most important thing is, why did he kill the bootmouth stork? He swallowed a piece of World of Warcraft meat with difficulty. My heart bled. Advanced World of Warcraft. Advanced World of Warcraft that could fly. Why didn't you call me along to capture it and tame it? This is a high-tier flight World of Warcraft mount. I've been chasing after it for half my life, and I haven't even seen an intermediate flight World of Warcraft. Now, a high-tier flight World of Warcraft has become food on my plate. Logic told him that List might not be able to capture the boot-billed stork. Capturing it alive and killing it were two different difficulties. Moreover, even if he managed to capture and tame it, it would be given to List as a mount first, and if he wanted it, he could only do it through trade. The father and son had already separated. The value of an advanced World of Warcraft was astronomical. Just the materials that could be obtained from killing a high-level World of Warcraft could be compared to a lesser elf. Many of these materials were priceless. Not only could it be tamed into a mount, but it could also be used in battle, making it even more valuable. After all, advanced World of Warcraft was much stronger than the Sky Knight. Therefore, after feeling sad for a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. This kid's luck is still so unbelievable. If one day he told me he rode a dragon, I would probably be indifferent. I would be numb. At the dining table, his heir, Levis, chewed on the World of Warcraft meat while praising, high-tier World of Warcraft meat, although the taste is average, it's very tasty. I didn't expect List to get his hands on a high-tier World of Warcraft. Father, is a high-tier World of Warcraft so easy to kill? There are strong and weak high-tier World of Warcraft. There aren't many who have seen a high-tier World of Warcraft, and even fewer who have fought it. But this boot-billed stork knows a lot of high-tier World of Warcraft, so it shouldn't be weak. It should have the strength of a perfect tier Sky Knight. The Earl agreed with List's estimation. In the letter, List estimated the boot-billed stork's strength to be a perfect tier Sky Knight. A perfect tier Sky Knight? Levis was surprised. Lyddon was even more stunned. Father, Brother List is just an ordinary Sky Knight, how could he kill a perfect tier Sky Knight? Madame Penelope, who came to the dinner party, was also surprised. So, Lee William, you definitely couldn't kill a boot-billed stork, but List did. Doesn't that mean he's stronger than you? Madame Marie, Elvira, and Loria all stared at the Earl, waiting for an answer. The Count glanced at everyone. His hand holding the knife and fork slightly trembled, but he immediately regained his composure. He said indifferently, fighting demonic beasts isn't just about who is stronger than who. All sorts of factors can affect the outcome of the battle. Under normal circumstances, I probably can't kill a boot-billed stork. But with List's talent, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses me. He didn't have the nerve to say that he couldn't beat List for a long time. He only ambiguously mentioned List's talent. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. It sounded like he would surpass him later, but in fact, he meant he would surpass him sooner. As for whether the others could understand, that wasn't the point he was concerned about. But he still forcefully changed the topic. List's talent is amazing, but hard work is equally important. Levis, you're already at a crucial point in becoming a Sky Knight. I hope to hear good news from you as soon as possible. Levis nodded heavily. Father, I've always been working hard. Loria continued, Father, Levis has always been working hard, but his talent can't be compared to List's. He still needs the family's strong support. The sooner Levis becomes a Sky Knight, I believe it'll be of great help to the family's fight for the title of Marquis. Lee William glanced at Loria and nodded. The family will naturally give him our full support. Madame Marie smiled and said to the Count, as the heir of the Tulip family, Levis indeed needs the family's strong support. You're still in the prime of your life, but with an excellent heir like Levis and a genius like List helping you, I believe that after a few development orders, no one will be able to stop the Tulip family's advancement. Lee William heard this. His previous gloominess had been swept away, replaced by excitement. That's right, List and I will join hands, father and son, and together, I'll be able to claim all the achievements from the development orders. In a few years, I'll set foot on the soil of Iron Hoof Island and rule over a third of the island. List didn't know about the Count's lofty aspirations inspired by the boot-billed stork. He was still busy in the territory. Although he had delegated all the work to his subordinates, he still paid attention to the progress of every matter, no matter how big or small. Right now, his main concern was the planting of the flame mushrooms. Speculations on the relationship between weave nodes, sprites, and dragons was already being written. The planting restrictions of the flame mushrooms would be a very good starting point. Sir Viscount, the current batch of mature flame mushrooms harvested is indeed much worse than the previous batches. After refining the magic power elixir, Chrissy gave an affirmative answer. In that case, there is indeed a restriction on the discarded cordyceps. This is a bit awkward. I have just opened 2,000 mu of shiitake greenhouses in the mushroom town, while there are still more than 200 mu of shiitake greenhouses in the flower town. Although it is regrettable, but it is inevitable to reduce the number of flame mushroom greenhouses. After I have calculated the most suitable number of mu for the flame mushrooms to be planted, Sir Viscount, you can start dismantling them. However, you can replace the flame mushrooms with ordinary shiitake and wait until winter comes before planting the ice flame mushrooms. That is also a way. List nodded. In another month, the greater aristocrats will send people to trade the discarded cordyceps. I hope that you can calculate the most suitable number of mu for the discarded cordyceps as soon as possible, so as to avoid falling into a passive position in the trade. Chrissy thought for a moment. I should be able to finish the calculation. The discarded cordyceps trade. Chapter 577. This chapter is A Glorious Battle Song. Please update. The flame mushroom experiment was presided over by Chris Truth, so List was more at ease. It was now early May. Although most of the crops had not yet matured, many crops could be harvested with the help of the cordyceps. Therefore, for the first time, corn cobs and corn rice appeared on List's menu. Corn cobs tasted a bit sweet, which was somewhat different from the corn cobs on Earth. The cobs were larger, but the grains were sparse and not plump enough. They belonged to the category of inferior corn cobs. Corn rice was cooked from corn kernels after shelling. Compared with millet rice, it tasted more fragrant and had a smoother texture. In the absence of rice, corn rice could successfully replace rice. Eating pasta or millet rice every day did not suit List's taste. From now on, my staple food will be corn rice. Every 1, 3, 5, and 7 days, I will eat corn rice at noon and pasta at night. Every 2, 4, and 6 days, I will eat corn rice at night and millet rice at noon. As for the morning, I will add 2 more corn cobs for each meal. Yes, master. Butler Carter noted down List's instructions. Immediately after, he signaled the servants to bring 3 stir-fried dishes and said, Master, this is freshly squeezed corn oil from corn, stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, stir-fried shredded meat with onions, and stir-fried beans. Mrs. Abbey hopes that you can taste them and then suggest whether or not to use corn oil for stir-frying. List picked up his chopsticks and rinsed his mouth. He drank a mouthful of water and rinsed his mouth. Then, he picked up a piece of tomato scrambled eggs and put it in his mouth to chew for a moment. He couldn't help but nod his head. The taste is not bad. I don't feel the taste of corn. The taste of oil is also very faint. After rinsing his mouth, he switched to stir-fried shredded meat with onions and finally stir-fried beans. After tasting all 3, he had a general answer: use corn oil for tomato scrambled eggs and stir-fried beans. Use soybean oil for stir-fried shredded meat with onions. As for the other stir-fried dishes, use oil. I will make a decision after tasting them one by one. Butler Carter replied, Yes, sir. The castle's kitchen used corn oil, peanut oil, soybean oil, grapeseed oil, and so on. Now, with the addition of corn oil, there were more choices to go with it. He believed that it would further enhance the taste of some dishes. In terms of eating, List was not a glutton to begin with, but there were not many entertainment options in this world. He would either watch stage plays, skits, read books, ride horses, hunt, or go fishing. After a long time, he would get bored. He didn't like playing mahjong or poker, so he started to study eating and drinking. He didn't mind making every dish the most exquisite delicacy. The team of chefs he kept in the castle alone was more than the number of chefs in many marquises' castles. Moreover, the types of research were all different. Some specialized in making noodles, some specialized in stir-frying, some specialized in making pastries, some specialized in making seafood, some specialized in making barbecue, and some specialized in making fruits and vegetables, and so on. After he had tasted the stir-fried corn oil, the valet came to report, "Master, the restaurant's chef, Barwell, is here to see you." Barwell? List raised his eyebrows. It had been a long time since he had heard from the chef that he had funded to research tofu. "Bring him to see me." After a while, Barwell came to the dining hall, knelt down and saluted. Without waiting for List to ask, he said excitedly, "Praise be to Sir, Knight's glory, Barwell has finally made tofu. The white and tender tofu is exactly the same as the tofu you, Sir Lord, have described." "Oh, the tofu has been made? Did you bring it?" "The tofu is very soft, so Barwell left it in the restaurant's kitchen." "Forget it, I will go take a look." List couldn't wait to get up and see the long-awaited tofu. The retainer immediately brought the blue-blooded horse and gave it to him to ride. Walking in the flower town, List no longer rode the chocobo Loki. He had previously given Paris the black dragon. Instead, he rode the blue-blooded horse gifted by the Grand Duke. He named the horse, Gem. As the mount of an honorary member of the blue-blooded orders of chivalry, it could not be given to others and could only be ridden by himself. Moreover, Gem's quality was indeed outstanding. It was an excellent warhorse that could follow him to the battlefield in the future. A knight could have many mounts and could switch them at any time. After arriving at the restaurant, the merchants eating on the second floor were immediately asked to leave by List's retainer knight. No one dared to make trouble or complain. This was the authority and status of an aristocrat. The valet wiped the tables and chairs, and List sat down. Barwell had already served the tofu in a whole basin. It was snow-white, but its surface was very rough. It was somewhat different from the tofu in List's memory. Fortunately, the difference was not great. He scooped a bit with a wooden spoon. It was not very soft, but it was not too hard either. It barely passed. "Have you tried it?" "Sir Lord, I had already made the tofu half a month ago, but at that time, I did not dare to guarantee that it was tofu. I also did not know if it was poisonous or if it was edible. During this half a month, I tested its toxicity while sorting out the technique of making tofu. I only dared to report to Sir Lord when I felt that it was up to standard." "You made it half a month ago? Tell me about the production process." "I first repeatedly squeezed the soybeans, then started to boil the soy milk. After that, I braised it according to the method taught by Sir. I tried many things and finally succeeded in braising it with seawater, which condensed into tofu blossoms. I scooped up the blossoms and pressed out the water with a wooden plank to make the tofu cubes. Seawater can also be braised. At first, I found that seawater could condense the soy milk into tofu blossoms, but the tofu made was very unpalatable, bitter and astringent. Later, I slowly explored and found a suitable method to braise it with seawater. Finally, I was able to make the tofu that Sir Lord requested." "I see." This was the first time List heard that seawater could actually be braised. In any case, the tofu was already placed in front of him. He immediately began to taste it. After entering his mouth, the familiar taste of tofu suddenly filled his mouth. He could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Good, this is the tofu I am familiar with. Boer, although you took a long time to develop the tofu and also cost me a lot of gold coins, you still deserve a reward for being able to develop the tofu." On the spot, List rewarded Boer with a gold coin. Boer took the gold coin and replied with great joy, "Thank you, Sir Lord. Although you have made the tofu, it is still very rough. I will continue to fund you to research better production techniques. In the future, you will be responsible for the supply of tofu in the castle. Also, the flower restaurant will be handed over to someone else. I will build a tofu workshop for you to manage." Boer had the status of a serf. Naturally, he had to do whatever List told him to do. Moreover, being a workshop steward was a lot better than being a chef in a restaurant, so there was no reason for him to be unwilling. The elated Boer quickly stir-fried a plate of braised tofu in accordance with the requirements of the Sir Lord. Eating the familiar taste, List was particularly satisfied. In the future, the tofu workshop will be a key protected area of the territory, and the tofu recipe will be kept strictly confidential. Tofu will be another important specialty of the territory. Tofu had a short shelf life and was not suitable for distant sales, nor did he intend to export it. Chapter 578. This chapter is Xiao Ruizi's Kitchen. The development of tofu had been completed. After enjoying the tofu banquet, he was ready to devote his free time to another important research work. White paper. He had enough of thick bast paper, which was expensive, of poor quality, smelly, and too thick to write many words. A thick book might only have tens of thousands of words, and even a large book could not write more than 100 or 200,000 words. So, the bookshelves in his study seemed to be full of books, but in fact, there was not much content. Although the territory already has a thick bast paper workshop, white paper is the most suitable paper for writing. List went to Port Town to inspect the thick bast paper workshop. There were 3 papersmiths in the thick bast paper workshop. The first one was Ravanya, a craftsman from the main city of Iron Hoof Island. After that, the 2 paper craftsmen searched for them from the Eagle Kingdom. In the workshop, Ravanya kept introducing the production of thick bast paper to List. From its name, one could tell that thick bast paper was made from animal hides. After the animal skin was crushed, it was specially stirred, and an additive called gray dolphin gum was added to condense it into paper. Gray dolphin gum was the subcutaneous fat of a gray dolphin beast. There were many gray dolphin beasts on the continent, but in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, it was only found on Blue Dragon Island and Iron Hoof Island. This small beast liked open plains and could not be raised. Therefore, gray dolphin gum was very valuable. As a result, thick bast paper was also very expensive. Only nobles could afford it. I already know how to make thick bast paper. Today, I am going to teach you a new paper-making technique. List dismissed the irrelevant people, leaving only the 3 papersmiths. This paper is called white paper. It is completely different from thick bast paper. The raw materials used are all plants, including hemp, bark, straw and the like. The 3 papersmiths all showed surprised expressions. "Sir Lord, plants can also be made into paper?" "I am not sure, but it is worth a try." List did not give a complete answer. "I do not remember the specific manufacturing process, you will need to explore. The general process is like this: choose the materials first. I suggest using flax as the raw material." He had an impression of Paper Blanche's native craftsmanship. First, he prepared the materials, such as hemp, tree bark, straw, and bamboo, and soaked them for 10 days to half a month. After soaking it until it was soft, it was then pounded into a paste. Water was added to stir it, and the coarse material was removed to become pulp. It would be best to add a little thickener to make the pulp easier to shape. After that, he used the bamboo curtain to scoop up the paper. He placed the bamboo curtain into the paper pulp and evenly distributed a layer of paper pulp on it. He scooped it up to control the water and then inverted it to take out the wet paper. The wet sheets were stacked together, and the water was pressed down with a heavy object. Finally, the sheets were spread out one by one to dry in the sun. There doesn't seem to be bamboo in this world. Liszt suddenly thought of this when he was imparting the technique. Therefore, he could only roughly describe the bamboo curtain used to fish out the paper, and let the paper craftsmen find suitable tools to fish out the paper themselves. All in all, this is the specific process, but the paper produced in this way should be rather rough. What I need is a smooth white paper. You need to keep experimenting and strive to improve on the foundation of this craft to produce real white paper. The paper craftsmen listened. They couldn't guarantee that they could produce white paper, so they could only try their best. However, the three paper craftsmen were all very excited to be taught their skills by the Lord. Not to mention the importance of craft inheritance for craftsmen, the honor of being the Lord's personal disciple was worth showing off for a lifetime. Of course, the white paper craft must be kept secret, which is far more important than making tofu. If he hadn't become a dragon knight, Liszt wouldn't even have been willing to take it out now, for fear that he wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. So he immediately arranged for Gort to arrange the white paper workshop far from the town, and told Paris to guard and patrol the white paper workshop. If the white paper was successfully produced and the process was mature, it would definitely be a profitable business. And this was an exclusive technology that could be passed down from generation to generation. In the next period of time, Liszt's life began to become regular again. He went to the Dodo Island once every 5 days to practice with the little fire dragon, Leo, and improve their relationship. For the remaining 4 days, he accompanied a Chi to study the Sun language, taught Parker to speak, trained the Blizzard Beast, inspected the territory, and inspected the progress. He also wrote speculations on the correlation between magic network nodes, elves, and dragons. He had written about 20,000 words in this book, mostly divergent conjectures. Based on the relevant inspiration of the internet, he guessed the magic network in his imagination. As time passed, the flame mushrooms matured in batches, and the quality plummeted. With the harvest in batches, when there were only 1,000 acres left, the quality finally felt a significant improvement. According to the calculation of the correlation data, Liszt and Chris jointly determined that the suitable planting area for the flame mushrooms was 1,000 acres at the current planting density. Now I just have to wait for June 10th, when the other nobles come to trade for the abandoned worm grass. Liszt waited silently. However, the abandoned worm grass from the previous quest had not yet arrived. Good news came from the Sun language quest. In the seaside villa, a Chi excitedly told Liszt, "Brother, a Chi has deciphered this book, Druid Compulsory, Magic Bean Planting, and learned a new magic from it." What? Big brother, these Sun scrolls are basically magic books, but they are magic used by a type of mage called the Druid. Brother's previous understanding of the title is correct. This book is called Druid Transformation into Bear Guide. It records how druids turn into bears. She handed over the Sun book that Liszt had translated, Druid Transformation into XX Bear XX, but a Chi doesn't have the energy to decipher it for now. "So, you've already deciphered another book, Druid Compulsory, Magic Bean Planting, ? I haven't completely deciphered yet. I've only just deciphered one of the magic spells, which belongs to magic bean planting, bathing in the sun," a Chi said seriously. Bathing in the sun? Liszt was a little confused. What, bathing in the sun was also a type of magic? And magic bean planting was a very large type of magic? Yes, this is a very strange magic system. It is very different from the human magic that a Chi learned. Human magic is divided according to the different nature of magic. A Chi can only be compatible with water magic, but the magic of druids is not divided according to nature, but is chaos magic. After Achi's detailed introduction, List finally understood. The sun's child race, among which the spellcasters were called druids, they mastered the magic created by chaos magic. Magic was mainly divided into two types. One was the transformation magic of the animal series, which could imitate all kinds of animals. Druid transformation into bear guide was to transform into a bear to fight. The other was the planting magic of the plant series, which could affect the growth of plants like elves, and even the plants they developed needed to cooperate with this type of magic to grow well. Druid compulsory, magic bean planting, was the planting magic of the plant series. Each plant had a special set of planting magic. Magic beans corresponded to magic bean planting magic, and bathing in the sun was one of them. Chapter 579. Mission completed. Reward, Druid spell, magic bean planting. Achi deciphered the spell, bathing in the sunlight from Druid must learn, magic bean planting. Naturally, the mission was completed, and the reward was this spell. For List, this was tantamount to opening the door to a new world. It turned out that the seeds kept by the sky ship were not simply potion seeds, but special plants developed by the druids, which needed druid magic to grow. No wonder these seedlings germinated slowly, grew slowly, and there was not even a single seedling with signs of magic. Immediately, Achi demonstrated the magic bean planting spell, bathing in the sunlight. She waved her slender fingers gently, and suddenly a chaotic color of magic was sprinkled on the magic beans in the pot. The leaves seemed to come to life in an instant, flashing like crystal jade in a regular pattern. The sunlight sprinkled on it, reflecting a faint seven-colored light. After 3 minutes, everything returned to its original state. List found that the magic beans actually grew a lot in a short time. Amazing! He had never seen magic that could promote the growth of plants other than elves. Achi shook her head. Brother, Achi can only be compatible with water magic, and it took a long time to use water magic to drive chaos magic to cast this spell. If it was an ordinary mage, it should be much easier to cast this spell than Achi. List was surprised. You can actually use water magic to drive chaos magic? Achi smiled sweetly. Hee, Achi is very hard-working. Then have you ever thought about using water magic to drive other magic? In this way, wouldn't you be able to cast other magic? Actually, Achi has thought about it, but it is very difficult to do, and Achi doesn't have time to try for now. There are still many books of the sun waiting for Achi to decipher. Compared to driving other magic, Achi prefers to study druid magic. They are really amazing. That's right, druid magic is more important. List immediately decided. Achi, you record all the deciphered spells. I will go back to the Magic Academy and try to train a group of human druids to help me grow these magic bean plants. The Magic Academy was not a place to nurture mages. In his mind, it was a place to nurture pharmacists and magical equipment forgers. Now, with the addition of druid magic, it was also a place to cultivate magic farmers. Plants that could be eaten and used to make potions were undoubtedly very valuable. There was no fixed name for this kind of plant in Helios. After discussion with Achi, List decided to name them magic plants, or magic plants for short, to distinguish them from magic potions. In order to hide the secret of the Child of the Sun, List asked Achi to hide the druid profession when recording druid magic. Replacing them were magical plant masters and nature magic. Actually, wood magic was more suitable, but the humans of this world had already called the magic represented by the elves as wood magic. In order to differentiate, List changed the druids' plant magic to nature magic. He urged Achi to continue developing nature magic. List left the seaside castle and rode the rainbow whale, Lolth, straight toward Port Town. After arriving at Port Town, he changed his clothes and hurried to the Night Academy. The Night Academy was located in the Night Square near Port Town. Just like the Magic Academy was stationed in the Mage Tower, the Night Academy was stationed in the Night Square. The Night Square was some distance from the town. It was a row of 3-story stone buildings that surrounded a huge square, which had just been built. The architectural style was similar to the Mage Tower, both in a neoclassical style. In fact, after the style of Thorn Castle was determined before construction started, Liszt requested that the architectural style of the future Algae City must be the same as that of Thorn Castle. The Mage Tower and the Night Square were no exception. In addition, the Algae City Administration Office, City Hall, and other buildings, which were under construction, were all in the neoclassical style. The Algae City was still a port town. In fact, it was already planned according to the city's measurements, including streets, sewers, and building layouts, which were designed according to a medium-sized city with a population of 10 or 20,000. Now, just waiting for the final version of Thorn Castle's blueprint to come out, Liszt's new home would finally be located on Black Horse Island, complementing the Algae City and complementing each other. Sir Marcus, who was in charge of the daily affairs of the Night Academy, quickly came to greet him. Liszt simply said, "I am going to inspect the orphanage, select some suitable seedlings, and send them to the Magic Academy to study magic." Marcus was a little puzzled. Hasn't Madame Chris already come here with 3 mages to pick out the candidates? She has selected too few seedlings. I will give her another batch. It is very difficult to train a wizard. The more seedlings, the higher the chance of success. Liszt lied through his teeth. In fact, he came to the orphanage because of the latest smoke mission. Mission: bathe in the light of dawn in the Mage Tower. For ordinary people, this is a magical realm, where mysterious and dangerous magicians live. But for the twins, Lucy and Lucy of the orphanage, it is a place they yearn for. Why not arrange for them to learn magic? Reward: a sprite worm. Arranging for the twin orphans Lucy and Ruth to enter the Magic Academy to study magic, this almost told Liszt that the two had unique magic talents. The reason why he was so sure was that there was a smoke mission to arrange for the girl Emily to undergo suitable night training. As a result, Emily became an Earth Knight in just 1 year. Her talent was so high that it made people jealous. Moreover, with Liszt's large amount of nutrition, Emily, who trained hard, has recently been vaguely touching the bottleneck of the elite Earth Knight. Now that the smoke mission had prompted Lucy and Ruth to study magic, how could Liszt not be looking forward to it? The twins had terrifying magic talents. Anyway, for the sprite worm, the mission had to be done. It was a happy thing that they could become genius wizards. But if they could not become genius wizards, it would not cause any loss, so why not? Marcus did not say anything more and immediately led Liszt to the orphanage. The orphanage had a separate large courtyard in the Night Square, where hundreds of orphans of different sizes lived. It was managed militarily. There was no such thing as a happy childhood. The only chance for these orphans to change their fate was to show their potential in their daily studies. Selecting seedlings was just an excuse. As for how to distinguish who had magic talent, he simply did not know. Therefore, his choice was to look at the orphanage's list and ask the person in charge of the orphanage how many twins there were. After asking, there were no less than 5 pairs of twins, among which the names of Lucy and Ruth were impressively included. Lucy and Ruth were selected. He then simply selected 18 pleasing Lolas and Shota, making up a total of 20 people, and sent them to the Magic Academy. At this time, there were already 40 apprentice wizards studying in the Magic Academy. The 4 wizards, including Chris, were each responsible for a part of the teaching. Seeing that the Sir Lord had brought 20 more apprentice wizards, Chris looked at the children and her scalp began to turn numb. "Sir Viscount, 40 apprentice wizards are already too many, yet you sent another 20. The Magic Academy is simply going to explode." Chapter 580. Nature Magic? Unsurprisingly, Chris was attracted by nature magic. "Sir Viscount, what is nature magic and what is a magic plant master?" After telling Chris the set of words that had been formulated before, List added, "As for nature magic, I am in the process of sorting it out and it is not convenient to disclose it for the time being. However, the information will be sent to you soon. When you study nature magic, pay more attention to cultivating magic plant masters." "Well, I can't wait to see nature magic." List pointed to the 20 new magic apprentices who were lining up downstairs to register and said to Chris, "Do you see the two twin girls? The elder sister is Lucy and the younger sister is Ruth. They are very talented in learning in the orphanage and are very proficient in reading, writing, and speaking Serpentine. What's wrong? I appreciate the desire of these two girls for magic. Pay more attention to them. If they have good magic talent, then please focus on cultivating them. If not, then forget it." List was not sure whether Lucy and Ruth were genius wizards or not. Chris took a deep look at Lucy and Ruth and nodded. "I understand, Sir Viscount." After doing this, List also left the wizard tower. He summoned the smoke mission completed. Reward, an alfalfa sprite worm. Oh, an alfalfa sprite worm. Not bad. There is only one alfalfa sprite worm in the Black Horse pasture. Obviously, its range of influence is too small. One more alfalfa sprite worm can cultivate a large number of high-quality pasture and strengthen the black blood horse herd. List expressed his satisfaction with the alfalfa sprite worm. It was already late today. He was going to go to the black horse pasture tomorrow to find the sprite worm and prevent it from being eaten by horses. List then looked at the new mission. Mission: excessive attention to the giant kelp sprite has aroused the jealousy of the thorn sprite in the castle. It is burning with anger and can no longer vent its anger by sowing thorns in the fields. It may need more care from you. Reward, a variant type of thorns. Huh. List suddenly had an indescribable feeling. Did I pay too much attention to Parker? Has Ella's jealousy reached an uncontrollable level? It seems that I really like the new and hate the old. I really have to take good care of it. Ella is really my lucky star to get a new variant of thorns. The thorn sprite had a bad temper, but it was his first sprite after all, so it was of great significance. Therefore, what he had to do was to return to Flower Town overnight, bring Ella with him, and then continue back to Black Horse Island. Early the next morning, Nia Yen headed to Herding Horse Village. He rode on Lightning and galloped around the Black Horse pasture. After searching for a while, he successfully found the alfalfa sprite. Its worm stalk wasn't obvious, so it should have just been born. Charles, have the Worm Protection Squad immediately send out members to protect this alfalfa worm stalk. The head of the security group, Charles Trapp, bowed and replied, "Yes, my lord." Immediately after, List went straight to Thorntown opposite the Black Horse pasture. Thorntown had only built a few rows of houses for the serfs to live in. Currently, there were only two types of industries in the town, the thorn plantation, which was over 1,000 acres, and the blackberry plantation, which was only slightly more than 100 acres. The blackberry garden had blackberry cordyceps, and the thorn garden had 3 thorn cordyceps, one of which belonged to Ella. He came to the thorn garden. Ella was very excited and kept crying. Whether it was getting close to the thorns or playing with List, it made her very happy. He didn't know what level of care was needed to complete the task. List planned to play with Ella during this period of time, which was considered as compensation for his neglect of it for a while. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he went to the fairy island 3 times to practice with the little fire dragon Leo. The smoke task had not been completed, but Ella had been playing crazily during this time. Following List, the whole Black Horse Island was full of Ella's figure. On the other side, after constant efforts, Achi deciphered more and more Sun characters, and the progress of her research on natural magic had also advanced by leaps and bounds. She deciphered 60% of the content of Druid Compulsory, Magic Bean Planting, and learned 6 Magic Bean Planting Magic, magic bean germination, bathing in the sun, rapid sprouting, lush branches and leaves, flower bud protection, and magic condensation. In addition to relaxing her mind, she also deciphered the magic of strong straw and developed root from Druid Advanced, magic wheat planting, vine parallel from Druid Elective, magic melon planting, and lotus seed sprouting from water specialization, magic lotus planting. In addition, for several other magic plants, she also deciphered the names of the relevant books. They were vegetable specialization, magic cigar planting, seasoning specialization, magic pepper planting, healing specialization, magic ginseng planting, fruit specialization, magic pear planting, dried fruit specialization, magic sunflower planting, high-grade druid compulsory, transfiguration tree planting, high-grade druid elective, magic orange planting. So the real name of the ship what I got before that can grow the ship in the sky is transfiguration tree, a natural magic that high-grade druid must learn. List suddenly understood. He had great expectations for the transfiguration tree. According to the simple content that Chi deciphered, with the help of transfiguration tree planting magic, she could control the transfiguration tree to grow in the way she wanted. This kind of wood could reach the quality of iron wood, soaked in water for hundreds or even thousands of years, it would not rot, and it would still be as hard as before. One could imagine how hard the carriages and ships that were planted with magic would be. He couldn't help but exclaim, the children of the sun are really a magical race. Natural magic is infinitely magical. Chi nodded in agreement. Magic beans and magic wheat are the main food, magic melon is the fruit, magic lotus is the vegetable in the water, magic eggplant is the vegetable, magic pepper is the seasoning, magic ginseng can cure diseases, magic pear is the fruit, magic sunflower is the dried fruit, transfiguration tree is the building material, and magic orange is probably also a fruit. There are many varieties. Indeed, this is a valuable inheritance. Chi, your work is very important. Yes, Chi will definitely decipher all of them. Without a doubt. These magic plants and natural magic sent by the sky ship had unlimited potential. Once developed, the help that could be provided was immeasurable. But why did a sky ship, pulling almost all the resources that the children of the sun relied on to survive, sink here on Black Horse Island? He felt that it seemed to have something to do with the note in the floating bottle. The tower collapsed, the tree city burned, XX has perished, the children of the sun will rise with the flame, the children of the outside world, you are free. Perhaps, the home of the children of the sun was destroyed, and the sky ship was the ark they used to escape. List shook his head and did not delve into it. There was no way to delve into it. Those sun books were all about natural magic and some architectural drawings, and there was no historical record of the children of the sun. Not even a word. Even Chi turned over all the sun books and did not find out what XX replaced by XX has perished. It was like a place name, but it was not even clear which continent the children of the sun lived on, let alone a place name that might be a proper noun. When I become a dragon knight, I will organize a sailing fleet and cross the Devil's Sea. Chapter 581. This chapter is titled, Forget About Giving a Name. Thank you very much. Time flew, and it was already early June. The abandoned wormgrass trading team, which had made an appointment with Count Jonas Moongrass, finally arrived at Black Horse Island. The team was led by Jonas' son, Jobs Moongrass, an official member of the Blue Blood Orders of Chivalry. Sir Viscount, let me introduce you to the leaders of the team. This is Los Via White Glutinous Rice, the second son of the Marquis of Leather Island. Jobs introduced a total of 4 sons of great aristocrats, 2 sons of marquises, 2 sons of earls, and 5 families including Jobs himself. List warmly received the sons of these great aristocrats and played for half a day on Black Horse Island before starting negotiations. The Jobs family's cordyceps were blue matsutake, which was a water attribute cordyceps. The Losvea family's cordyceps were golden threaded, which was an earth attribute cordyceps. The other three types were the dark attribute cordyceps black truffle, the ice attribute cordyceps hericium, and the thunder attribute cordyceps horseshoe bubble. Each family brought not only the fungus and ingredient recipes, but also 10 serfs who could grow abandoned worm grass. List could exchange technology alone, but if he wanted these serfs, he must exchange them with serfs who could grow flame mushrooms. He had naturally selected the 50 serfs long ago. They were all serfs without families. Each family exchanged individually and signed a treaty prohibiting the random spread of these abandoned worm grass. These abandoned worm grass had their own distribution range, and the random spread was bound to cause great harm to the holder. Depending on the quality, yield, and use of each abandoned worm grass, it involved more or less compensation of gold coins. But overall, List's flame mushroom not only did not lose money, but he also earned a slight profit of 800 gold coins. Flame mushroom was a fire attribute abandoned worm grass and had a wide range of uses. After all, there were many night with fire attribute chi, and the quality of the flame potion extracted from the flame mushroom was not low, so it was naturally more expensive. So, the abandoned worm grass trade ended, and the Black Horse Island territory suddenly had 5 new potion specialties. However, List, who had extra thoughts in his mind, found out more about the noble lords who had abandoned worm grass from the mouths of the 5 aristocratic sons. He learned that the Grand Duchy of Sapphire had 8 kinds of abandoned worm grass in addition to the flame mushroom. Because of its low production and low quantity, most people didn't know what abandoned worm grass was. 5 of them had been traded to List, and the remaining 3 had not been considered by Count Jonas because their territories overlapped. These 3 kinds of abandoned cordyceps were Thunder City Count Sarier Jacaranda Territories Water Attribute Abandoned Cordyceps White Ghost Brush, Red Sand Island Count Bras Butterfly Orchid Territories Earth Attribute Abandoned Cordyceps Big Fur, and Luoya City Viscount Tevis Poplar Territories Wind Attribute Abandoned Cordyceps Greenwood Ear. The 5 noble heirs left Black Horse Island with the flame mushroom fungus, formula, information, and serfs. List secretly planned, blue matsutake, black truffle, golden thread fungus, monkey head mushroom, and flattery bubble. I've already traded away my flame mushroom. However, not only do I have the flame mushrooms, I also have the ice snow flame mushrooms that I grow in winter. I wonder if the flame mushrooms and the ice snow flame mushrooms will restrict each other. The snow flame mushroom was a variant of the flame mushroom. I'll try to grow it this winter. If there are no restrictions, I can use the snow flame mushroom to trade again. I'll trade for the big fur, greenwood ear, and white ghost brush. That way, I have 10 kinds of abandoned cordyceps, and it won't be a problem to grow 10,000 acres. The amount of potions produced by 10,000 mu of worm abandonment grass was much higher than what the giant kelp sprite Parker could produce. In other words, there was another great sprite in the territory. Wonderful. The joy of abandoning the cordyceps had just passed, and the smoke mission had another breakthrough. After continuing to care for the thorn sprite, Ella, the mission was finally completed. Mission completed. Reward, Fire Attribute Variant Thorns. List couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Fire Attribute Fast-Growing Demon Thorns? The original mission introduction of the fast-growing demon thorns was a potion-type variant of thorns, which belonged to the Chaos Attribute. Now that there was a Fire Attribute in front of it, there was no doubt that its Chaos Attribute had mutated into the Fire Attribute. The value of the Chaos Attribute and the specific attribute of the potion could not be said to be higher or lower. But for List, of course, the Fire Attribute of the fast-growing demon thorns was more valuable because he and the little fire dragon were both of the Fire Attribute. The Fire Attribute potion had the greatest effect on them. More than 800 acres of Thorn's magic herb field, List carefully searched and finally found a mutated thorn glowing with red magic in a corner. It named this thorn as the fast-growing fire thorn. He was going to plant fast-growing fire thorns around Ella's cordyceps, and continue to plant fast-growing demon thorns for the other 2 thorns worms cordyceps. Maybe the fast-growing demon thorns would continue to mutate in the future. Ella, well done. List turned his head and gave Ella, who was squatting on his shoulder, a kiss. Ella suddenly laughed, mixed with a wow sound. The more List looked at it, the more he liked it. Not only did he have feelings for Ella, but more importantly, Ella's mutated thorns had a fast-growing attribute, and their growth rate was far faster than other plants. Like the fast-growing demon thorns, with the blessing of the cordyceps, could be harvested 4 times a year, which was faster than planting wheat. As for now, List found that the thorns under the influence of Ella had a strong, mutated attribute: fast-growing thorns, fast-growing poisonous thorns, fast-growing demon thorns, fast-growing iron thorns, and the latest fast-growing fire thorns, a total of 6 new varieties of thorns. But speaking of which, when Ella's cordyceps affects the mutation of the thorns, it always seems to have a strong emotional color. At the beginning, the thorns worm was unwilling to end its life, so it broke out and mutated 5 kinds of thorns. It finally broke the shackles of fate and evolved into a thorn elf. Now Ella was wronged and had nowhere to vent its anger. Then it mutated into fast-growing fire thorns. He looked at Ella, who was tired of playing and began to doze off, and narrowed his eyes. Maybe I have to stimulate Ella often in the future? Maybe one day it will be stimulated to evolve into a big elf? Among all the elves, he loved Ella the most and hoped that Ella could continue to evolve. It would become a big elf with a lifespan of 200 years, or even a dragon elf with a lifespan of 500 years. It would accompany him. It happened that he planned to become a dragon lord one day, and he could probably live for 400 or 500 years. So it must be stimulated. As for how to stimulate it, that was another matter. Ella, who wanted to sleep in a daze, did not know what his master was thinking. And what kind of waves would be set off in his future life. At this time, List has shifted his attention and looked at the latest task. All abandoned cordyceps have been traded. Blue matsutake, black truffle, golden filament, Hericium arenaceus, and flattery are all important potion crops that can provide a steady stream of potions. Please place these abandoned cordyceps properly. Reward, a sprite worm. Chapter 582. This chapter is Little Ruizi's Kitchen. List intends to place the worm grass in Shiitake Town. Originally, it was planned to build more than 10,000 acres of shiitake greenhouses. Now it is just the right place to plant new worm grass. Unfortunately, there are only 10 serfs for each kind of worm grass. It is not easy to teach other serfs to grow in a short period of time. After all, the hydrology and climate of each island are different, and planting techniques need to be fine-tuned accordingly. Within about a year, these 5 kinds of worm grass will not play a big role. However, List can afford to wait. He is still young, only 18 years old. Over the next period of time, he supervised the 50 new serfs to build greenhouses for discarding cordyceps. However, after these serfs inspected the environment of Shiitake Town, 20 serfs shook their heads. Only serfs who could grow golden thread, monkey head mushrooms, and flattery felt that the environment of Shiitake Town was suitable. The serf who planted the blue matsutake said, "My lord, blue matsutake needs dark, decaying woodland to grow. Shiitake Town lacks trees, and it is difficult to grow blue matsutake." The serf who planted the black truffles also said, "My lord, black truffles need a lot of dead trees, preferably dead pine trees, and should not be too close to the sea, otherwise the quality will be very poor. Then you will inspect Black Horse Island, choose the right place for planting, and ask Consultant Gort for what you lack." List has always been strategically located, providing a direction, and leaving the rest to his subordinates to execute. He deals with territorial affairs, nothing more than holding a meeting and arranging some old-fashioned decisions. You have to pay great attention, Gort, I leave it to you, execute as soon as possible. This is a key industry of the territory, it cannot be ignored. I will reward you if you do well. To sum it up, it is just empty words. Fortunately, although he likes to use empty words instead of decision-making, he never interferes with specific work. For example, if the planting of the worm grass is handed over to Gort, he will only ask about the progress and will not forcibly interfere with how to plant it. But in recent times, there are still many problems in the territory, and they are gradually haunting him. Flower Town Administrative Officer Isaiah kept complaining, "My lord, there is a serious shortage of serfs in Flower Town, and we can no longer transfer them to Black Horse Island. Have a cup of tea to calm down." List motioned to the servant to brew him a cup of green tea. There will be serfs. I have already asked Levis to help me look for a new batch of 3,000 serfs. In addition, when the development order is issued again this year, I will continue to collect 20,000 serfs and transport them back. Isaiah bargained, "In that case, sir, you must distribute the 3,000 serfs to the Flower Town. The Flower Town can get a smaller share of the serfs at the end of the year. Rest assured, the serfs will not lack you. What you need to do now is to appease the people of the territory, make the serfs loyal to the territory, and prevent riots after the arrival of new serfs." "Yes, Your Excellency." Isaiah will strictly control public opinion and public sentiment in the territory, increase publicity efforts, and make the serfs submit as soon as possible. It will never affect the integration of the new serfs. He had just appeased Isaiah. Port Town's administrative officer, Blair, came to beg again, "We're short of manpower, my lord. The construction of the city hall has been halted for a week. There are no workers. Advisor Gort has transferred a group of serfs to plant abandoned worm grass. If this goes on, there will be no one to maintain the town's operation. Don't be impatient, Blair. Come, have a cup of tea to calm down." List asked the servant to brew a cup of green tea for Blair. Serving guests with green tea has become his specialty, guiding the fashion of drinking green tea little by little. After a while, Blair was also sent away with the same words as before. List finally had a moment of peace. "I didn't expect that nearly 20,000 serfs would be transported back last year, and a small number of 5,000 serfs would be purchased in the middle, but it still can't keep up with the development needs of the territory." He himself was about to get angry. The serf trade with Levis had not stopped, and there was still a shortage of people. During the development order, serfs were cheap and good, and he bought them in large quantities. In peacetime, serfs were not only expensive, but also mostly old, weak, sick, and disabled, and he still bought them in small quantities. Other people's territories did not have so many industries, and naturally did not need so many serfs, and they could develop step by step. In List's territory, industries emerged almost one after another, and each industry required a large number of serfs to operate. Therefore, serfs were always in short supply, and there had never been an abundance. "I hope to develop magic plants as soon as possible and reduce the dependence on serfs. The guilt of engaging in the serf trade for a long time is too great." He secretly sighed faintly. Behind every ship of serfs was a wronged soul. Self-comforting excuses such as, "If I don't buy them, others will buy them, it's better to live in my territory," and so on, were becoming increasingly unable to calm the uneasiness of his conscience. He could quickly integrate into the aristocratic system and be corrupted by the luxurious aristocratic life, but the goodness in his heart was still faintly present. He wanted to convince himself that he was a transmigrator, and that the humans here were not compatriots at all, but just foreigners from a different world. But how could he be indifferent in the face of every living person? He drank the green tea in the cup in one gulp. He suddenly made a decision: "I can't stop developing the territory. The only thing I can do is probably to ensure the safety of the serf trade and the happiness of the serfs in the territory. Starting tomorrow, taxes will be reduced, and the basic wage of the territory will be raised from 2 copper coins a day to 3 copper coins a day. This was the second time he had raised the wage standard. At the end of the year, he raised the wage standard from 1 copper coin to 2 copper coins. I have so many industries, and business can support the territory. There is no need to exploit the people. The dilemma of the shortage of people was difficult to solve, and bad news came one after another. This time, the bad news was that Qi was studying nature magic. After Qi's systematic research in the Sun language, she could already read a lot of the Sun language. In the book Druids Must Learn, Magic Bean Planting, there was a detailed introduction to magic beans, which she translated. The general meaning was that it took 10 years for a magic bean to grow into a tree. The output in the first 10 years was very low, and it gradually increased in the last 10 years. At its peak, about 40 years later, each tree could produce 50,000 caddies of magic beans annually. A tree can produce 50,000 caddies annually, it's really amazing. List was speechless, but why does it take 10 years to bear fruit, and 20 years for the output to increase? Only after 40 years can it reach 50,000 caddies annually? 40 years later, List would be 58 years old, and according to his own estimation, he would probably have unified the continent. At that time, there would be no need for magic beans. Later, Qi deciphered Druids Must Learn, Transfiguration Tree Planting, which also recorded the growth cycle of transfiguration trees. It took 100 years for a tree to grow to the point where it could be used to build the keel of a sky ship. Even a transfiguration tree with the thickness of a wrist would take 20 years to grow. 20 years, the thickness of a wrist, barely enough to build a carriage. Do I need such a transfiguration tree? List was completely defeated by this news. In an instant, he lost interest in all the magic plants. However, he still spent 10 minutes to recover his state of mind, and then left the matter of nature magic and magic plants to Qi. After Qi's research results, he would give it to Chris to implement. 10 years to mature, 100 years to become useful, such a good thing should be left for future generations. The disheartened List received good news a few days later. Chris and Glanny, the two mages, worked together and finally thoroughly studied the golden pearls produced by the golden-lipped clam. And using the golden pearls, they created a magic equipment that could cool down. The golden-lipped clam was a water element sea monster, and its pearls were also water element, but they could produce ice element effects. Chapter 583. As soon as he entered the 4th floor of the Mage Tower, he felt a cool breeze. It was now mid-June, officially entering the hot and unbearable summer. Although Black Horse Island had a high latitude, a lot of rainfall, and was above the sea, it was still frighteningly hot on a sunny day. It was about 27 or 28 degrees outside, but after entering the room, it only felt like a dozen degrees. The change in temperature was so great that it made one speechless. "Viscount, this is the magic equipment we made with the golden pearl. The outer disc is a control magic array that can be operated and the temperature can be adjusted from high to low." Glanny, as the guide, introduced the attributes of the equipment to List in detail. It was basically a disc-shaped equipment with a golden pearl inlaid in the middle. List touched the disc and found that the temperature of the disc was similar to the indoor temperature, not colder. Is the temperature high or low now? It's basically a low-energy high temperature. Adjust it to the lowest temperature and see how much you can lower it. Glanny now lived in the Mage Tower, had food and drink delivered, and occasionally went to the port town to watch stage plays and burlesque. He could often ask the great magician Chris for advice, and his life was happy, so his temper had improved a lot. He worked very hard and his tone was much gentler. "Yes, Viscount." He quickly activated the magic runes on the disc and adjusted it. After a while, the temperature in the room plummeted and became colder and colder. When the temperature was lowered to about 4 or 5 degrees, it could not continue to cool down. List felt the goosebumps on his skin and frowned. This is its lowest temperature? Can't it be lowered to the point where it can freeze? I'm sorry, Viscount, the great magician and I have tried many times, but we still can't make the golden pearl condense into ice. This is the upper limit of its magic power. Glanny said regretfully. If ice could be made, the value of the golden pearl would definitely double. Chris also shook her head. Unfortunately, the golden clam is a water monster. If it was an ice monster, the golden pearl would definitely be able to make ice. As a great magician, she could make a small amount of ice herself, but it was not worth it to rely on her personal magic to make ice and sell it. Although it was a pity, List said encouragingly, it's already very good. This hot summer, with the golden pearl, I believe life will be much better. Have you named it? Please name it, Lord Viscount. Yes. List thought for a moment and asked, since it can adjust the temperature, can it increase the temperature in winter? Chris thought for a moment and said, although we believe that it is an ice attribute, according to its nature, it is more like a constant temperature control. It's summer now, so it's cooling down. If it's winter, it should be able to warm up. She and Glanny didn't think of this when they reported earlier. They only thought that the golden pearl could be used for refrigeration. After List's question, he realized that since it could be cooled in the summer, why couldn't it be heated in the winter? After all, its temperature adjustment range was from 4 to 10 degrees Celsius. Of course, the temperature measurement was only based on List's feelings. There was no thermometer here. This way, it has a wider range of uses. It can be used for cooling and heating. List was very satisfied with this point. Pure refrigeration effect was limited. Refrigeration and heating were good air conditioners. Since it is a constant adjustment of temperature, then let's call it the warming divine pearl. Black pearls could be made into wind-calming divine pearls. Pink pearls could be made into water-calming divine pearls. Gold pearls could be made into water-calming divine pearls. All three kinds of pearls had strong effects. This made him very pleased. It was the best news he had heard in a while. There are sea monster pearl shells in Blue Dragon Island's tranquil lake. They can produce white pearls, but they only have the simple effect of calming the mind. Compared to the three kinds of pearls produced in my territory, they are far inferior. In particular, the black pearls themselves had the effect of calming the mind, which was much better than the white pearls. He cooperated with Levis and Rolia. They had already sold the black pearls to many noble ladies in the Grand Duchy. They had earned a lot of gold coins. Unfortunately, the black pearls had been sold out. If he wanted to collect them again, he would have to wait for at least a year and a half. As for the large black pearls, it would probably take decades or even hundreds of years to grow. However, the old black giant clams all lived in the deep sea. As long as they appeared in the Pearl Lake, he could make a big profit. The technique of collecting and planting pearls had already been explored. It could not harm the life of the black giant clams. This was an industry that could be developed for a long time. He collected his thoughts. He asked Chris and Glanny, how big is the range of the warming divine pearl? According to the standard of this golden pearl, it is the size of a 30 square meter room. Well, it's a little small. List grumbled before saying, I'll provide you with more golden pearls, and you can take some time to make them into divine warming beads. When the time comes, you can install a batch in the Magus Tower, and I'll need to equip the rest in my Thorn Castle. Glanny was the main force in making magic equipment. He immediately nodded and said, Please rest assured, Lord Viscount, leave the matter of making the warming divine pearls to me. The golden-lipped clam was a sea monster that could release ordinary magic water bomb. The most suitable collector was the siren Chi, but Chi had been studying nature magic recently, so List did not disturb her. Instead, he rode the seven-colored whale Lolth and swam to the golden-lipped clam habitat near Stony Island. He looked for a large golden-lipped clam, approached it, and lured it with food. When the golden-lipped clam opened its shell, he stuffed a fire dragon bone into it at lightning speed, resisting the golden-lipped clam's defense, and then held up the shield to resist the water bomb it released. He quickly cut open the film wrapped around the golden pearl and took out the golden pearl. He stuffed in a grain of sand and pulled back the fire dragon bone. In this way, the golden-lipped clam would be fine, and it could continue to breed golden pearls. Sea monsters had a strong resilience, and as long as they didn't mess around, they basically wouldn't die. Shellfish such as the golden-lipped clam and the black giant clam could all be dealt with in this way. The real difficulty was the pink conch. There was no way to remove the pink pearl without killing the pink conch. And so on. List obtained 15 golden pearls in an hour. He calculated that it should be enough to meet the needs. There were no more than 10 rooms in the castle that needed to be installed with the warming divine pearls, and 5 more rooms were installed in the mage tower, which would use exactly 15. As for the one in his hand, he could give it to a Chi and let her play with it and study it. The main reason was that the golden-lipped clam population was small, and the number of qualified golden pearls the size of eggs was even smaller. Otherwise, List would have definitely collected them in large quantities, made them into warming divine pearls, and sold them to the outside world, earning a lot of gold coins to buy supplies. It seemed that good luck had returned. The good news of the golden pearl had just been digested. Chapter 584. Clothing in this world was obviously not as developed as in the Earth era. According to the different materials used to make clothing, it was divided into ordinary clothing and magic equipment. Magic equipment was obviously only affordable for noble knight. For example, List's red cloak with black background and golden edges was magic equipment. There was also his 6-headed sea serpent king leather armor and other magic equipment made from World of Warcraft materials, which could be used as clothing or equipment. As for ordinary clothing, the best was naturally the fur type. Fur clothing made from precious fur, mink fur, fox fur, and the like were exclusive to nobles. In addition, ordinary nobles generally wore woolen clothing, which was cloth woven from wool. They generally wore down clothing such as goose down and duck down to keep out the cold. Commoners mostly wore linen and cotton clothing. He had never seen people raising silkworms, so naturally, there would be no such products as silk. When List saw the green wool textile of the green caterpillar, he immediately thought of silk. It was light, transparent, smooth, and felt like a layer of yarn. The green wool textile was not as comfortable as real silk, but it was still a superior silk textile. After rinsing, the color had also greatly improved. It was no longer green and shiny, but only a faint green. Very good textile, let's call it silk. List once again used the name of a fake and replaced the name of the real thing. Of course, there was no silk in this world, so it was not a big deal to call green wool textile silk. The name was just a code for him to distinguish and remember. Yes, my lord. Let the textile workshop quickly make a few sets of silk clothes for me. Summer is obviously suitable for wearing silk. The green caterpillar reproduced very quickly, and mallard ducks and flamingos only ate the green caterpillar, not the green fur. So every time he went to the mangrove forest to feed, he could harvest a pile of green fur left by the ducks and flamingos. It was transported to the textile workshop and spun a large amount of silk. This would undoubtedly be a specialty. He believed that the nobles were very interested in this light, cool, and breathable fabric. Even in the summer, nobles had to dress neatly in frac habil and wear a ruffled collar around their necks when attending banquets. If silk was used to make clothes, it would be at least 3 times more comfortable. Perhaps the greater nobles had a way to cool down, but the lesser nobles would definitely go crazy for silk. List calculated in his heart, the price of green hair silk should be more expensive than down jackets. In order to meet the needs of more aristocrats, I should let Nami work hard to sow more mangrove forests along the coast of Black Horse Island to raise green caterpillars. It's best if the green caterpillars can be raised artificially. Just like raising silkworms, the efficiency of raising green caterpillars should be significantly improved. At that time, the green caterpillar only needed to eat, drink, and sleep. When it matured, it would be thrown to the mallard ducks and flamingos to eat, and the leftover green feathers would be recycled. Just follow this routine and let Gord arrange people to carry it out. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly paused. There was a huge shortage of serfs in the territory. The green caterpillar breeding obviously required a large number of serfs, and it was estimated that there was no way to do it now. He still had to wait for the development order to welcome a leap in development for the territory. Speaking of the development order, Liszt soon received a message from the Knight of Tulip Castle. The Count invited him to go to Tulip Castle for a family dinner. The reason was that the Count had received a notice from the court to go to the Blue Dragon Island and gather at the Blue Sky Palace for a court meeting. Compared to previous years, this year's meeting time was much earlier. So that day, Liszt rode the chocobo Loki and quickly rushed to Tulip Castle. Loki's speed was getting faster and its endurance was greatly enhanced. It was obviously still growing. However, to Liszt's regret, it never learned a third magic. As an intermediate dragon in World of Warcraft, it was indeed undignified to only know 2 kinds of magic. Maybe the power of the blood fruit was not enough. That would make it a half-baked middle-level dragon. Liszt, you came so fast. Brother Levis greeted him at the door. After letting the servant take the chocobo away, Liszt replied, I have the chocobo Loki. It only takes 40 minutes to get here from the flower town. I really envy you. You don't lack mounts in the water or in the sky, and you even have a blue-blooded horse as a gift from the Grand Duke. Brother, when you advance to a Sky Knight, you will have everything. You should be soon, right? Liszt and Levis walked side by side into the castle and asked. Levis showed a reserved smile, it is indeed soon. I have already touched the bottleneck, but for the time being, I am still preparing to break through. Your Earth Codex has been a great help to my cultivation. I have to admit that you are amazing in terms of comprehension in Qi cultivation. It is good that I can help you. Just as he entered the living room and sat down, the pregnant Loria personally brought him a cup of pure milk tea. Everyone in Tulip Castle knew Liszt's taste. He would either drink green tea or milk tea without meat, eggs, and other ingredients. She said with a smile, Sir Father and Madame Marie are in the Coral City dealing with this quarter's taxes. They should be back soon. Grandmother and Elvira have already sent someone to invite them. You and Levis can chat first. Lytton is also in the castle, I will also call him over. Liszt took the milk tea, thank you. You are pregnant, so leave these matters to the servants. The child in your belly is the most important. Levis said, it is only because you are here that Loria can do these things. Others can't enjoy it. He turned to Loria and showed a gentle expression, hurry up, don't tire yourself. Liszt doesn't care about these clichés. Let's sit down and chat. Also, there is no need to call Lytton. He is just a child, what can he say? After Loria sat down, she said to the butler, Mr. Silva, please call Lytton. Liszt quietly tasted the milk tea. He had no interest in the daily intrigues of Tulip Castle. After the butler went to call Lytton, he seemed to remember and said, that's right, my territory has recently produced a very special cloth. I brought a batch for you to make clothes. The servant quickly brought over a piece of blue silk. He handed it to Loria to taste. As a woman, Loria had learned needlework at the Oxhorn Academy and naturally knew the quality of the cloth. After rubbing it for a moment, her eyes lit up, smooth, light, breathable, and very comfortable to the touch. Moreover, the color of the cloth is also very beautiful, flickering with a faint green color. The valet Thomas explained, "This is called silk, young madam." Silk. List, what is the value of this cloth? Loria asked keenly. She had already sensed the commercial value of the blue silk. I don't think it should be cheaper than high-quality down, but the specific price has not been calculated for the time being. After all, the production capacity of the territory is not up to standard, and silk cannot be mass-produced in the near future. I just took a part of it and gave it to you to make summer clothes. Is there anything we can help with? Not for the time being. Wait until the production of blue silk stabilizes, then we'll talk. Okay. Loria was not disappointed and still said happily, "The silk feels really comfortable. This summer, we don't have to wear those suffocating full-body skirts." Levis also touched the silk and exclaimed, "I want to use it to make a few sets of frac habillure for myself. The woolen frac habillure is a disaster in the summer, and that damn ugly frac is like a hot water bag around my neck." While chatting, Lytton quickly rushed over. When he saw List, he greeted him obediently, "Brother List, you're here." List responded with a then cast magic eyes and looked at the other's chi level. It was quite rich. In the past few months, Madame Marie should have accumulated a lot of resources for him. But just a glance. He didn't care. Chapter 585. This chapter is Jade Flower Lover. More updates. Even though he didn't like Lytton, List still answered his questions when he asked him questions about his cultivation. Speaking of which, the reason why he did not like Lytton was mostly because of the memory of his predecessor. In his memory, Lytton did not like his predecessor, and his predecessor also disliked Lytton. However, with the broadening of his horizons, his mentality gradually became detached, and he no longer cared about the intrigue between the so-called brothers and sisters. In fact, he was looking forward to Lytton being promoted to a Sky Knight. If the Tulip family had 4 Sky Knights, it would be interesting. After all, if he wanted to build a country, the family would be a good help. After a while, Elvira had accompanied Madame Penelope to the castle. The first thing the old lady said when she saw List was, "When you go back, remember to go to my castle and pick up a potted plant to take back." "Grandmother, how many new potted plants have you cultivated?" List asked with a smile. The black nightshade sprite worm, the fig sprite worm, and the green ingot sprite worm, the heritage of the 3 sprite worms, completely made Madame Penelope indulge in her own potted plants. Perhaps she used to use potted plants as a gimmick to reduce gift spending, but now there was an atmosphere of madness. She had sincerely believed that the potted plants she cultivated had a very high probability of producing sprite worms. Talking about potted plants, she seemed particularly excited. "I've recently been fascinated by a batch of succulents. I found that they are very easy to raise. Each pod is healthy, fat, and tender. My cactus is about to bloom. Then I will definitely take away a pot." The subsequent topics were all idle chatter. First, they talked about the green silk. Everyone was full of praise for this fabric. It was only a matter of time before the aristocrats went crazy. Then they talked about several new stage plays performed by the Black Horse Island Drama Company, which had now become a must-see repertoire for the aristocrats of Coral City. Many burlesque teams began to imitate the Black Horse Island Drama Company and gradually switched to stage plays. However, they mainly copied the plays of the Black Horse Island Drama Company and had no original ability. It was not an easy task to adapt a classic play. Only List would occasionally have the leisure to choose a suitable night novel and let Avril Mask adapt it. There was no other way. In the entire Coral Island, he was probably the one who read the most night novels. He had the authority to say how the night novel should be adapted, and he knew what kind of plot people liked. In the evening, the Count and his wife finally returned from Coral City, and not long after, the banquet began. At the banquet, the Count talked about the preparations for this year's expansion order. According to the messenger of the court, the Grand Duke might be preparing to launch a longer expansion order this year. Now that you and I are both Sky Knights, and with the Blizzard Beast Squad attacking the city, I believe that the merit we can compete for will not be worse than those marquises. He said smugly, in order to take the initiative in the fight for the title, this year's expansion order can no longer be low-key. Last year, after the Orders of Chivalry captured a Count's castle, the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry did not continue the campaign for fear of attracting attention. In case of multiple Sky Knights besieged, it would be difficult for William Lee to resist. But this year, there was List. Others may not know, but William Lee knew very well that List's combat power was far greater than his. If the two joined forces, they could cope with the general situation. So, if it was time to be high profile, it was time to be high profile. List nodded and said, I will do my best to help you fight for merit, but I hope that the family fleet can support me in transporting serfs. My territory is being vigorously developed and needs a large number of serfs. This year's expansion order will mainly accept serfs. How many serfs are you going to transport? At least 20,000. If we can get a lot of food, I hope to transport 30,000 serfs back. Black Horse Island had a lot of industries. With the potential of the territory's development, 100,000 people could easily digest it. However, the main constraint was food. Farming and fishing alone obviously could not make up for the food gap. Today, the territory has more than 30,000 people, and the food consumed every day was just enough to fill their stomachs. In order to transport 20,000 serfs back, it would have to be raised from various aspects. The potential of seafood could continue to be squeezed. Kelp and giant algae were edible. Giant algae did not taste good, but at least they could replace livestock feed. Coupled with the mass production of single-masted sailboats, there were more and more offshore fishing. It was not good to eat fish alone, but it could be exchanged with Tulip Castle for food. In short, in the calculation of the territory officials, 20,000 more serfs would not cause a famine in the territory. But more would not work. A large amount of food must be transported from other places. The Count was surprised. You want to transport 30,000 serfs? This is not a small number. The territory of Jonas and Trick has a total population of 60,000 and 50,000. You have been developing for less than a year and your population is going to surpass them. Can the territory really absorb them? At present, the territory has a population of more than 35,100 people. It will not be a problem to accommodate another 20,000 people. As long as there is food, 30,000 is a small matter. It is good that you have confidence. I will arrange for the family fleet to tilt the main transport capacity to you. At this time, Levis interjected, List, your Black Horse Island has accumulated a lot of two-masted cargo ships. You can merge with the family fleet and go together. My fleet is too small. At present, there are only 15 ships. At least 7 ships should be left to meet the territory's cargo needs. I can only send 8 ships to merge with the family fleet. 8 ships is also a lot of capacity. Then it's settled. So, until the end of the banquet. The Count held this family banquet mainly to communicate with List, and then he would have the confidence to go to the Blue Sky Palace to discuss how to participate in the development order. In the evening, the father and son chatted alone for a while in the study. The main content was the Count asking, List, how is your strength improving? I feel that I have made great progress. Every day I reach a new level. My current strength should be far beyond the Sky Knight of Perfection level. When I was hunting the boot-billed stork, it was not very difficult. You are already so strong? Yes, does father need to think about it? Forget it. The Count coughed and changed the subject. Speaking of this boot-billed stork, I think it should have hunted the purple sand crocodile on the island. I went to see the habitat of the purple sand crocodile and there were traces of a fierce battle. I was waiting for the purple sand crocodile to breed, but I didn't want to be destroyed in the mouth of this big bird. Although the meat eventually fell into List's mouth, the purple sand crocodile was indeed killed by the boot-billed stork. List just watched. His conscience was slightly uneasy. He thought about it and said, if there is a chance, I will go to the mainland forest and find a suitable world of Warcraft and catch one for you, father. The Count raised his eyebrows. I have troubled you. It is my duty. Chapter 586. This chapter is a reward for the Alliance Master, Glorious Warsong Celebration. The Alliance Master has rewarded too much and Old White has been squeezed dry. Miserable. After resting for one night in Tulip Castle, List went to Madame Penelope's small castle the next day as agreed and picked potted plants from her balcony to bring back. However, after releasing magic eyes and carefully inspecting them, he regrettably found that none of the potted plants showed signs of magic retroaction. None of the potted plants contained sprite worms. But he still let the servant carry away a potted plant that looked like many small stones. These are stone flowers. Look at how beautiful they are. Every small stone that cracks open is a stone flower. There are a total of 25 in this pot. May the glory of the night watch over you. One of them may give birth to a sprite, my handsome young man. Madame Penelope kindly blessed him. She used to think that List looked too much like Melissa Longtaro, a woman she hated. But now, the more she looked at List, the more handsome she felt. He brought a pot of stone flowers. List said goodbye to Madame Penelope. On the way, he looked at the stone flowers. Each stone flower was like a stone with two split petals, with rounded edges. Between the two petals, a flower grew. The color of the flower was different from the color of the stone. It was very peculiar. Back in Flower Town, he handed the potted plants to the butler Carter and asked the other party to arrange for someone to take care of the potted plants. He certainly wouldn't waste his energy on a useless potted plant. There doesn't seem to be anything worth worrying about recently. I should go write speculations on the correlation between weave nodes, sprites, and dragons, and strive to finish writing this masterpiece of magic theory to establish my position as a theoretical archmage. Standing in the study with the calming bead. The town could be seen in the distance. The town was bustling with activity. Many merchants in messy clothes were walking freely in the town. The establishment of a trade town was beginning to show results. There were also many serfs pushing wheelbarrows to transport goods on the streets of the town. The wheelbarrows were List's secret tool, but they were exposed very quickly. There was nothing to be done about it. The technical content of a wheelbarrow was not much, and one could basically figure out the general principle at a glance. After all, everyone had seen horse carriages and hand carts before, so they weren't unfamiliar with the structure of a cart. It was just that the two wheels had been replaced with a single wheel. As early as Black Horse Island had just popularized the wheelbarrow, there were carpentry workshops on Coral Island that began to imitate it, and now there are wheelbarrows in use in every city of Coral Island. Therefore, there was no point in keeping the wheelbarrow a secret anymore. In the castle, there were servants carrying buckets of water to the nearby well to fetch water. Since the arrival of the drilling engineer Fred Wellbore, a well had been drilled in each town. Naturally, a well had also been drilled next to the Flower Town's castle. The servants no longer had to go to town to fetch water. The once shabby and poor town is now thriving. I feel quite accomplished. List's heart rippled with excitement. Strictly speaking, my personal role seems to be negligible. Most of the achievements came from the smoke mission. Touch your conscience and think. Even though he had always prided himself on being a genius, the son of glory, the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, the youngest Sky Knight, and the youngest Dragon Knight. In List's heart, he did not feel that he was really a genius. He was just an ordinary office worker before crossing over. After crossing over, he would not immediately become a strategist or a martial arts genius. Similarly, he did not want to arm himself with red theories and change the world in a different world. He just quietly integrated into the aristocratic class, enjoying a luxurious life and silently striving for the great cause of dragon riding. Most of the time, he drifted with the current and followed the smoke missions. He rarely had any long-term plans or a perfect development layout. Usually, he did whatever he thought of. In place of a strong executor, he might have already begun to overthrow the rule of the Sapphire family. List, on the other hand, only had the title of Viscount and enjoyed the flattery of the people. Of course, everyone had their own way of life. List did not feel that he was a great man, nor did he feel that the poor people of a different world needed him to save them. Just like when he lived on Earth and saw the news of China funding Africa, he was angry. There was a bunch of poor people in his own country and he still had time to care about Africa. Although the country had strategic considerations at the national level, in order to obtain resources, they had to fund poor African countries. But as an individual, his vision was not high, and he only saw his own people. Crossing over to a different world. It was difficult to establish a sense of identity. What he cared about was the people around him who were worth cherishing, and there was no one else. His concern for the serfs was more out of sympathy. It was inevitable that he could not bear to see others suffering. Shaking the cup full of milk in his hand, he shook these thoughts out of his mind. I didn't expect that I would start to be sentimental. I haven't even ridden the little fire dragon Leo yet, where would I have time to be sentimental? Thinking. Summoning the smoke mission. The mission was still the same. The 5 kinds of abandoned worms had not yet been properly placed. The golden thread fungus, Hericium arenaceus, and horse's ass had all been built and planted. The black truffle greenhouse was chosen in Horse Town, located between 2 hills, where the climate was slightly drier and suitable for the growth of black truffles. Only the blue matsutake had not yet been chosen where to build the greenhouse. In fact, the serfs who planted the blue matsutake were also very anxious. They searched all corners of Black Horse Island and did not find a suitable place to plant it. After several urging from List, Thorns Town was reluctantly selected as the planting site. By the time the blue matsutake greenhouse was built, it was already late June. At this time, the smoke mission was finally completed. Mission completed, reward a stone flower sprite worm. Seeing the reward of the mission, List was shocked. Really? Do I have magic? Am I possessed by the power of the smoke dragon, or is Madame Penelope possessed by the smoke mission? Black nightshade sprite worm, fig sprite worm, green ingot worm, and now a stone flower sprite worm. Without a doubt, among the 25 stone flower potted plants, he found the stone flower worm stalk that was in the process of blossoming and breeding sprite worms. List shook his head. He didn't bother to think about who was the son of glory. He directly decided in his heart, in the future, List will take care of Madame Penelope's potted plants. The smoke had slowly reorganized into a new serpentine. Mission, the original name of Flower Town, came from the discovery of a new variety of tulip. Now there are only a small number of red tulip Sundance and yellow tulip William I left here, and they are gradually withering. Please investigate the cause of the red and yellow tulips withering and solve it. Reward, 2 sprite worms. List's eyes lit up and he smiled. This was a familiar formula. According to the situation of the previous smoke missions, the withering red and yellow tulip was undoubtedly breeding sprite worms. Chapter 587. Stone flower potted plants need to be carefully cared for so as not to miscarry the sprite worm. However, List did not pay too much attention to it. The reason was simple. Stone flower had no magic ingredient and had no output. In the first place, it was purely an ornamental plant. At most, with the cordyceps, it could raise the quality of ordinary stone flowers and sell them for a higher price when they were potted. Like the Venus flytrap that he kept around the castle to catch flies, it was ornamental but not practical. Liszt now focused more on the 2 tulip worms waiting to be bred. The planting of black tulip was inseparable from tulip worms. The flower farm was not large. In addition to more than 100 acres of black tulip, there were 20 acres of red Sundance tulip and more than 10 acres of yellow William I tulip. Both varieties were discovered after coming to Coral Island. One commemorates the ancestor Dennis Tyle and the other commemorates William Lee, who was conferred the title of Earl. As ordinary tulip, their biggest role was to make dried tulip flowers, relying on their strong fragrance to resist the smell of feces and urine in the city. However, under his rule, there was no problem of feces and urine, so there was no need for dried tulip flowers. In addition, the serfs of Flower Town were transferred to Black Horse Island, causing the serfs of the flower farm to be busy with the black tulip fields every day and ignore Sundance and William I tulip. By the time Liszt came to inspect, some of the red and yellow tulip plants had withered. Sir Lord, Lehman did not notice that Sundance and William I tulip had withered. Please punish him, Sir Lord. The steward of the flower farm looked annoyed and frightened. According to the rules of the territory, any abnormal phenomenon in the crops must be reported to the administrative office as soon as possible. Punishment was certainly necessary, but Liszt had long stopped caring about this kind of thing. There were town officials who punished the negligence of the stewards. Liszt only cared about the sprite worms. He used magic eyes to search around. After some effort, he found 2 stalks of magic feedback in the field with dim light. The 2 stalks of worm grass were obviously malnourished, and their leaves were a little yellow and curly. Fertilize and water them immediately. Provide sufficient nutrients for these 2 cordyceps. Liszt immediately ordered. Administrative official Isaiah, who had already rushed over, asked in astonishment, "Sir, these 2 tulip plants have already bred sprite worms?" Of course. Liszt was also dissatisfied with Isaiah. If there was no smoke mission prompt, the serfs would have been aware of the problem and the sprite worm would have already aborted. He couldn't help but sternly reprimand him. "Isaiah, I know you're busy as the town's administrative officer. However, the mutated crops must be taken seriously. This has always been a strict rule that I have set. As an administrative officer, you must be vigilant at all times and check on the crops frequently." Isaiah said shamefully, "Sir, please punish me." Liszt did not hesitate, deduct half a month's salary. "Next time, don't make this mistake. Although the flower town has a foothold in trade, but the slightest movement of crops is still the most important government affairs. Don't worry, sir. Isaiah will definitely remember this lesson and won't be negligent again." The cause of the withering of the tulip had been investigated. Now, it was only a matter of solving the problem and restoring the withering, and the mission would be completed. Liszt did not keep an eye on the mission. Recently, his work had gradually become busy. The Count had already gone to the Blue Sky Mountain Palace to discuss this year's expansion orders. As a Viscount Lord, he naturally needed to train his troops and prepare for the orders of chivalry. There were currently a total of 77 Earth Knights in the fief. Liszt planned to select 60 knight squads and organize them into 5 knight squads to accompany him to the battlefield, including an elite Earth Knight squad. The rest of the Earth Knights were handed over to the patrol squad leader Paris to maintain the security of the fief. Just after he announced the list of knights selected for the battlefield, the young and immature Emily petitioned him, "Sir, please allow Emily to follow you to the battlefield and participate in this year's expansion order war." The 12-year-old Emily gradually grew to more than 1.6 meters tall. At the beginning of last year, she was only 1.5 meters tall. In just a year, she had grown more than 10 centimeters. In the future, she would definitely not be short. Moreover, her deep eye sockets and high nose bridge had become more and more outstanding. She was a beauty in the making. It was just that she trained too hard and her skin was tanned. You are only 12 years old, why are you going to the battlefield? List refused. He was prepared to train Emily to become a female Sky Knight and did not want her to fall on the battlefield. Emily insisted, "Sir, the battlefield is the best place for a knight to train." Emily can already feel her training speed slowing down and needs new pressure to stimulate herself. Slowing down is a normal phenomenon. A 12-year-old Earth Knight, you have already shown more talent than many nobles. But Emily is a female. What about a female? Emily clenched her teeth and replied, "Sir, Emily has asked Leader Paris before. The Grand Duchy of Sapphire rarely has an outstanding female knight. Once a female's menstrual period arrives, it will greatly affect the progress of combat energy training. Leader Paris said that menstrual periods usually occur at 14 years old. At that time, combat energy training will definitely be delayed, so." Her meaning was self-evident. She hoped to solidify her foundation before her menstrual period so that she could keep up with the male geniuses in the future. A female's menstrual period could not be avoided. Bleeding once a month would indeed seriously affect combat energy training. The depletion of the menstrual period can be replenished with magic potions. Don't worry, you have such great talent. I will do my best to train you. There is no need to rush. Going to the battlefield at the age of 12 and still a little girl was indeed too cruel. Emily knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "Sir, Emily thanks you for your concern. Meeting you is the most precious honor of Emily's life. You did not hesitate to spend so many resources to help me train. Emily does not want to become useless and not be able to repay your kindness." Before Liszt could speak to comfort her, she continued, "Only the battlefield can carve out a powerful knight. Sir, you emitted a dazzling light in 2 wars and became the Grand Duchy's youngest Sky Knight. Emily also has ambitions. She hopes to become the Grand Duchy's first female Sky Knight." After saying that, she knelt on both knees and kowtowed, performing the greatest courtesy a serf could give to a lord. "Sir, please allow Emily to go to the battlefield." She persisted in her thoughts. She hoped to solidify her foundation during the 2 years before her menstrual period arrived. Only then would she have the confidence to advance to Sky Knight. She could already faintly feel her chest itching. This was a sign of puberty. According to Paris, a woman's menstrual period would arrive after 2 years of breast development. She still had 2 years of time to quickly train without wasting any time. Although the body of a 12-year-old girl was still flat, the luster she emitted was so bright. Liszt calmly gazed at her for a full 30 seconds, then faintly said, "The Grand Duchy's first female Sky Knight. Persevere for the future. I have no reason to oppose you going to the battlefield. However, Emily, my youngest follower, please be prepared to die on the battlefield." Chapter 588. Emily was incorporated into a knight squad. As a female knight, and such a young knight, it was indeed a bit troublesome. She had no independent financial support, and Liszt arranged for her to buy weapons and hire squires. If it weren't for the genius suggested by the smoke mission, Liszt would not have bothered with her based on the potential she showed. In his current position, he no longer needed to give preferential treatment to his followers. On the contrary, the followers had to try their best to show themselves in front of him. Everyone knew that if they followed Liszt, they would definitely gain a lot of battle merits. She was the most promising viscount in the Grand Duchy. The earl was the lowest limit, and the marquis was also normal. However, Emily was named by the smoke mission, and she believed that the power of fate would not pull the thread and let Liszt pay attention to a loser. Perhaps, the first female Sky Knight of the Grand Duchy will be the future Emily. Since then, Emily and the Knight Squad continued to drill on the Black Horse Ranch on Black Horse Island. She practiced the knight's battle formation and was ready to charge against the enemy knight at any time. She needed to constantly improve her combat effectiveness. Even if she had a great advantage on the battlefield and was well protected, there would still be the possibility of death. She was not like Liszt, who was secretly protected by Paris. On the battlefield, Liszt would not bother to protect her. Survival meant growth. If he died, it meant that Liszt's investment failed. That was all. Charge! Marcus rode his horse and commanded half of the orders of chivalry to crash on the grassland, and his chi was connected. If Liszt were to observe with magic eyes, he would find that the knights were wrapped in a colorful mist of magic power. This surging chi disturbed all the free magic in the air. It made the magician useless. The powerful elite orders of chivalry unleashed waves of warrior energy. Even if a sky knight rushed in, he would be drowned in the waves of warrior energy and eventually be trampled to death. Of course, the sky knight would not be foolish enough to face the charging orders of chivalry head-on. The sky knight had his own way of fighting, sword fighting. Ha! Ha! In the team, Emily's flat body under her armor was already drenched in sweat, but her expression was extremely focused. When she cultivated her do chi alone, she could feel that her cultivation speed had stagnated. She was no longer as carefree as before. However, he was overwhelmed with emotions as he charged with the knight. She also felt that new combat aura was constantly emerging in her body. That was the food that Sir Lord was providing for her, providing her with a steady stream of nutrients. For the Lord's nurturing. Charge! With excitement in her heart, Emily suddenly sprinted with her spear. The thunder attribute combat aura was even sharper under the blessing of the battle formation, piercing the air and producing a crackling sound. This time, she could clearly feel that her power had increased by another 5%. This is progress. Charging on the training ground can make me make such great progress. What kind of motivation will the pressure bring me when I go to the real battlefield during the orders of expansion? It was not clear for the time being. But she was looking forward to it. Dodo Island, Crater. Liszt was also training. The little fire dragon Leo turned into a ball of magic and condensed in his chest. One by one, the potions were swallowed by Liszt and then absorbed by Leo, transforming into impurities that improved the nature of his dragon do chi. In Liszt's view, although the magic that improved his dragon do chi belonged to the impurities absorbed by Leo, it was far more condensed than the magic of the potions. As long as he continued to transform and improve it over a long period of time, sooner or later, his dragon do chi would synchronize with the fire dragon magic and reach the same extreme nature. At that time, perhaps his attack would not be extinguished for thousands of years. Just like in some novels, the sword of a peerless master left a strong sword intent in the air that could still kill people after thousands of years. Sooner or later, I will probably become a master who comprehended the sword intent of the fire attribute. Of course. To exert the sword intent, that is, the extreme nature of the magic, there were probably many restrictions. Judging from the magic power that Leo was releasing, every time he spat or fanned the flames, they were formed by ordinary magic power, which was only slightly stronger than a mage's fire magic. The real magic of the fire dragon was stored in its body and would not leak out at will. Even his body was formed by the extreme nature of the fire dragon magic, so he could freely switch between flesh and blood and the form of magic. So, dragons usually hunted and fought. They should use ordinary attacks, and only in a battle of life and death would they release the sword intent. For example, in the Empire of Light, there was a howling wind valley, where the magic of the wind dragon was engraved. It was the residue of a battle of life and death between a wind dragon and a magic shooter. After thousands of years, it could still set off a gale. Usually, when the wind dragon lived freely, it would certainly not leave any magic. Otherwise, wherever it went, there would be storms everywhere. Sooner or later, the entire continent would be polluted by these elemental dragons, metal dragons, gem dragons, and even sacred dragons. The fact was that there were very few traces of the life of dragons, which could be said to be rare. The metal mines and gem mines formed by magic were what most people yearned for. Dragon magic refinement. It went on and on. List could feel his dragon's battle chi growing stronger and stronger. Between the ups and downs of his heart, his thoughts were flying, the extreme nature of the dragon magic, if it is the key for a dragon to be able to freely switch between the form of magic and the body of flesh and blood. Then, when my body is also full of the extreme nature of the dragon do chi, will I also be able to change? Vaguely, he felt that he had found out a lot about the training of the dragon knight. His cultivation continued, and so did his thoughts. Are all dragons able to change their forms at will? Or is there something unusual about the little fire dragon Leo? Unfortunately, there was no reference standard, and List could not be sure. But now, it seemed that Leo did not show too much difference. It should be said that he was similar to the arrogant dragons described in the night novels. They did not let people ride them. Only those who had the aura of the main character were excluded. In many night novels, dragons would take the initiative to let the main character ride them. According to this standard, List did not have the aura of the main character. Since there is no more evidence of Leo's mutation, should treat him as an ordinary fire dragon. According to the theory of the magic network nodes, elves, and dragons that I just finished writing, in the magic network system, the dragon is an interactive node between the laws of magic and the laws of physics. Switching between the form of magic and the body of flesh and blood at will. Obviously, it was the transformation of magic and matter which matched his theory. So, he thought again, perhaps the path of training of the dragon knight is to turn itself into a node in the magic network? Mastering the laws of physics and magic at the same time? This was a bold guess. You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.